welcome to another collegiate panel that we are hosting here at Stay Plugged In. Super excited to be here this evening and throughout the weekend, really, as we are hosting our largest quarterly virtual event for recruitment. The Care to College name has done really well for us in the past, and we're super excited. We've got more high school students than ever before signed up for this one, and I think we've got over 100 colleges as well coming in to look at, observe, and hopefully recruit some of these youngsters coming in and up through the esports pipeline, if you will. So, with us today, I've got Andy Mendez, whom is the executive director for the Illinois High School Esports Association, and also he's joining us from his cool arena. I think he's showing out a little bit this evening from Heartland Community College, where he's currently the coach there as well. Looks good, Andy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no worries. Next, I've got Dylan Ray. Dylan Ray is the director of esports at the University of North Texas. We started to get into the Mean Green association there, but I think that's probably a story for another time. And then last but not least, certainly Richard Westbrook, aka Hail Monkey Man. Some of you have seen him on some of our broadcasts, certainly under the Charlotte Phoenix name. He's the owner for Team Frontline and also a professional caster. Welcome all of you, and I certainly appreciate you all taking some time to join us, just to kind of hopefully have a little bit of fun as we go into a little bit of a panel, if you will, to really discuss some of the topics in the high school and esports, high school and collegiate space for esports, and hopefully get a couple of questions that we can answer from our audience as well. So without further ado, I'll kind of jump into it. We will run, just so you know, right up until 6:45 at the start of our event, so we'll cut right then and there. Any questions that anyone may have, please start to put them into the chat, and we will get to them as soon as we possibly can. But I'm going to start it off. And by the way, I didn't even introduce myself. We have such a prestigious panel here that I completely forgot to introduce me. I am Rick Suarez. For those of you who have seen me before, I am the general manager, managing director here at Stay Plugged In. So without further ado, I'm going to just start off with the questions, and I'll kind of let you all kind of chime in on it. But I guess the first one is, obviously this is a big recruiting event. We've got a number of hopefully high school students paying attention, hopefully some of their parents as well. What are some of the main things that collegiate recruiters look for when recruiting esports players? And I'm going to start off, if you don't mind, Dylan, this probably falls right in your lap. But what are some of the things they look for?
So there are certainly a couple of things that we look at. There isn't really just like one particular thing that I would say that stands out above all else. Obviously we look at like mechanical skill and like students' individual like player ranking as sort of like a baseline for like the college that's recruiting. Some colleges might be very strict on what they pick up. Some might be very open. But we do look at, initially, player skill when that comes down to it. But there's so much more that goes into, like which players we actually end up deciding and making offers on and all that kind of stuff. For me as a director, I look at GPA, right? Like I look at how well you've been doing in high school, because how well you do, in a scholastic setting matters when you're going to go to college esports, because you're not just, a really good gamer. You have to also be a student while you attend this university, and you have to graduate. And that's our goal as a university, is to, make sure you come here, you learn something valuable, and then you graduate and move on. It really doesn't help any one of us if you, come to my university really good at, Rocket League or Valorant or something like that, and then you only last a semester because, you're not really focused on school. That doesn't help any one of us. So GPA is a huge thing that, I look at as well. But, when it comes to like individual, like players, I would say one more thing that probably stands out to me is your communication and how you communicate with the players that you're trialing with, and the temperament that you have as you're communicating this information, especially with people that you've like never played before. I think it can be very telling of just like kind of your personality and how you're going to gel with the players that I have on my team. And I think that goes across all games that we look at, whether it's, Valorant, Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League. It really does not matter. Your communicative style and how you work with, our existing players means a lot to the universities that are going to consider picking you up.
Got it. No, that's super helpful. I think a number of players typically look at, their rank, right? Where how good of a player am I? And that
Yeah.
should be the end all be all. Where you just kind of alluded to, there's a lot more that goes into that process, and kind of go from there. But Andy, I'm going to segue over to you a little bit. Obviously, you do a little bit in both spaces, right? At the community
Mhm.
college, I'm sure you're always looking for not just a talented player, but a number of those kind of intangibles that Dylan mentions as well. But think of it from a high school perspective. Talk to me a little bit from that side of things. What are you seeing at the high school level that, um, whether it's administrators, coaches, directors, et cetera, are doing to help prepare those kids for someone like Dylan?
Well, it's a great question, and I think we're
Think you're
very
muted.
fortunate. Oh, am I? Can you hear me okay? Hello? Oh, great. Okay, great. It's a great question, and I think a lot of high schools in Illinois do a great job, especially up here in the Midwest. And I think administrators and coaches are really doing a good job of bringing students together and bringing them into a team environment early, even before college. And a lot of college recruiters that have come to us have really uh, valued the team practice and the team synergy that they're able to create at the high school level, because then you really don't have to teach a student how to be a part of a team once they get up to the collegiate level, which may be a little bit harder than teaching them how to play the game, right? We know that they're already have some level of expertise in the game. They must be a relatively high rank or at least shown some skill within the game to be recruited. And then that kind of extra step is building the student holistically. And I think that high schools and administrators are doing a great job of fostering that growth while maybe not necessarily teaching them the in-game aspects as much as a college can teach them. A college coach can teach them.
Gotcha. Gotcha. And I'm sure for both of you, you've probably experienced numerous students that, feel like they have the ability to go pro or want to pursue the pathway to go pro. I can tell you, just like any other traditional sport, it's incredibly difficult, period. There's so many other people that have such a high level skill set and are also trying to, jump into that same space. That's something that we preach, certainly shoot for the moon, but don't bank on it at the end of the
Mhm.
day, right? Go as far as you can and have fun with it. But have a plan B, if you will. So let's talk for a moment about that. Most athletes obviously don't get to that professional level of competition. So this one is a little bit more for you, Richard. But talk to me about what are some other career avenues players can pursue in esports. I think this is right up your alley a little bit.
It's a little bit up my alley. And actually, I got to see a little bit of highlight to this from this last weekend because I just got done casting in a separate convention where a bunch of colleges all came up and they were actually in a separate Rocket League, Overwatch, Super Smash Brothers, name a gaming platform, and it was their type of competition. And so, production standpoint, that is definitely there. I mean, esports is becoming one of the biggest kind of multi-million dollar types of platforms and industry that everyone is trying to be able to get into, from the big companies to the small to the colleges to high school. And going to be sound engineers, broadcast technicians, people that are very integrated into those games and knowing how to observe them. So providing presentation for that kind of entertainment. It's an entertainment industry as a whole. I mean, people want to hear my voice for some reason, and that's what gets the energy and the hype going for it. Even more so, I mean, you go to kind of a traditional sense, sports science to sports psychology, being able to get into coaching. You know the game well enough, but a PE coach is doing PE because he couldn't be the athlete. So you can be able to go out there and provide and be with the team. And that's always been one of the coolest parts. I got to see so many students, and I'll say kids. It's the K word because it's, somehow they're younger than all of us. But I got to see so much youth really just getting revitalized in a big platform of competition that it really just motivates them. They do it in front of their peers, their friends, their family, so many people they don't even know. And being able to say, hey, you know what? Maybe I could provide that entertainment to people. If you're not going to be able to search out that glory, I guess, as the tiniest percentage of people that will make it at a professional level, then you can help others to do the same. And that's one of the coolest things about esports. There's so much want and so much drive from everyone, especially, the panel right here, as well as other players and people, to get like the players in that capacity to just be elevated to that next level. And there's a lot of technical sense that goes into it. You look at the production side; those are some smart cookies. So you have a lot that you can learn. I think digital media has been huge as of recent for a lot of different studies, and so if you want to be just simply around it, I mean, I've been around MLG since it was in its early days of Halo 2, and I mean, I was never the big player, but I wanted to follow it, and I've always been a big fan.
Awesome. Awesome. A lot of different opportunities there that you alluded to. So let's go backwards a little bit at the collegiate level, Dylan, for a moment. Talk to me about your experience. What are you seeing? You've gotten these players to come into your program and obviously compete at an incredibly high level. Your name is constantly up near the top in terms from a university competitive standpoint. But again, beyond college, what do they do and what other things can they pursue within your program that can help that resume kind of to what Richard's talking about?
Absolutely. I think one of the interesting things about being in this business for now 4 years is I've seen a lot of students start to go through our university and from freshman level to senior and graduating and going on to the real world. And the folks that have made it into the esport industry are like such a wide range of different like skill sets and interests, that it's really hard to pin down and be like, yeah, this is the major that you should do if you want to go into esports, because it's such a multifaceted industry at this point that as long as you're doing something that you really love and care about, and you combine that with gaming, and you're willing to put in the work and the willing to network for it, there's a lot of ways that you can get involved. Um, you know, I would say definitely stick toward a major that has a specialty, whether it's public relations or marketing or business sales. There's all these great majors that can get you a job in the industry, but if you don't get it into you don't make it into the industry, are fantastic skill sets to have that you can do and other things, because esports is difficult to get into, whether you're a professional player, or doing it on a career side. It is it's a competitive industry that's out there. And so definitely pursue a passion that you love doing and you're really excited you can take that passion and apply it to gaming, is probably one of my biggest recommendations. But yeah, we fortunately, but from my university and also a lot of my fellow universities, we've seen a lot of folks that are now graduating with degrees that are getting into the esports industry. And to be honest, that is an industry that used to not really care whether or not you had a college degree. So I think that's starting to change and it's starting to shift. Um, Especially with folks that are bringing in like real professional experience and expertise, with things that can really transform their organization. So, like doing advertising sales for an esport business is, terrific. It's very much something that, people are going to look after for. Um, that's certainly something that we see. As far as folks that go through collegiate that become professional, less so. I'm just going to be honest. I have one student that I think has a really strong shot at making it, who just graduated this last year. But I've talked to a lot of my other fellow directors. It is really rare for a student to go through college and then make it into the professional scene. Just in the same way of a high school student making it to the professional scene. It's just there's not that many open positions, and so it's very competitive. And so it's really important that you find something that you're really passionate about doing, at a collegiate or in a major level, and focusing on that as well.
100% agreed. Anytime you can find a career with something you're passionate about, that's the majority of the win. Everything else kind of falls into play after that. But an interesting point you bring up specifically, Dylan, is that it is sometimes difficult to find a career path, if you will, in general in the esports space. But the good news is, or I think the flip side of that would be that the esports space has grown so dramatically in the last few years, and the expected or the anticipated growth of that is still pretty significant in the grand scheme of things. So I think that the need will still be there. But to your point, there's a lot of people that want to do it, that are passionate about it, and specializing in a few things and being really good at it obviously is going to make a difference, for those folks looking to get into that entry point anyway. So Andy, for you, talk to me about, I would assume you're probably not the person, hopefully, I didn't ask this offline, but hopefully I'm right here, that does everything. What I mean by that is not only are you coaching and recruiting, but obviously broadcasting, producing, kind of social media. I mean, everything from A to Z. Do you have other folks within your student body that help you with those ancillary skill sets that esports can provide?
Absolutely, and even at all levels, not just the high school level where you're looking at a program like a traditional program, but also at the state level with our state association, we've got plenty of very passionate interns that are learning soft skills and very much hands-on skills in broadcast, social media, graphic design, etc. So it's not just me, thankfully. If it was just me, we wouldn't be as successful. I'll tell you that. But yeah, we have a very passionate group of students, a student body. But I also have to take a moment to highlight the personnel that work with the IHSCA, all volunteer teachers that have a day job, but do this out of the passion of the students to make their enrich their students' lives and kind of lead them on that path to that potential esports entrepreneurship or in any way being involved in the industry.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's usually the most successful industries, those that have a passion, if you will, behind what they do each and every
Absolutely.
single day. So, but the reason I asked you that question specifically is because, unlike most traditional sports, what esports can provide for a number of the high school students or collegiate students is literally experiential learning through
Mhm.
this entire process, right? So that now they have something tangible that they can put on that resume that
Yep.
does give them a leg up versus someone that may have just taken a class specifically on broadcasting, right? Now, that's certainly a good thing to do, but having the advantage of not just taking the class, but actually going out and performing and doing those duties on a consistent basis certainly makes a difference. And that's one of the reasons, me specifically as a dad, that's one of the reasons I love esports because of that type of exposure it can provide for a number of students as well. So moving on, kind of another tied in question is there an educational tie-in? And Dylan, excuse me, not Dylan, Andy, I'm going to stay with you on this one. Is there an educational tie-in to esports? And if so, what are those opportunities?
So I myself am not a complete expert in this field, but I know that there are absolutely educational opportunities through esports and gaming. There are plenty of state associations that have actually implemented it at their level and then allowed for partner schools to use that curriculum. I remember in years past when we were formally partnered with NASEF, the North American Scholastic Esports Federation, they had excellent, absolutely excellent resources for our coaches to bring esports into the classroom. And as time progressed, and the last few years especially, a lot of people are really finding a way to integrate esports and gaming within the classroom. The number one way I usually hear it is through Minecraft EDU, so Minecraft for Education. It is an absolutely
Nice.
powerful tool that is being used in not only K through 12 classrooms, but just beyond, even in boys and girls clubs, community centers. Being able to use that tool, especially for free, for most of these organizations, to not only teach life lessons but also teach real classwork skills. Instead of doing the project on pen and paper, you'd actually jump into the world of Minecraft and build a machine, or you'd learn those skills by actually getting in front of the computer, and that is to me the essence of what we're trying to do, right? Because if they're able to integrate their hobbies and their interests into the classroom, then teaching becomes all the more impressive and all the more easy for some of these educators to kind of relay some of this information and really resonate with students. So I know that Minecraft is a big one. Epic Games also has released a few tools for educators that I personally haven't toyed around with yet, but I have heard great things with as well. So yeah, I think that's the future of esports within EDU. As long as these companies start and continue to support the classroom, and it's a no-brainer. Absolutely.
That's awesome. So a little bit of a different twist to the same question for you, Dylan, is from an engagement perspective, having students that you might not typically be able to reach, but thanks to esports, they come out of the shell a little bit. They're a little bit more interested in the classroom, those types of things. Talk to me about your exposure experience with that in particular.
Absolutely. So I think I have like two parts answer to that question.
Sure.
So I would say, just the way you kind of framed your question made me smile a little bit because honestly, that is at the end of the day how the University of North Texas, like got the funding to start putting together a varsity esport program and having us, compete on the national stage. Is just that at the end of the day, there are people that love to watch, certain things. There's some people that love to watch basketball. There's some people that love to watch football. But having this extra resource and support to students that love to watch esports, that love to watch video games, really taps into our student body. At North Texas, we have 30,000 students that attend our university, and so there's going to be a demand for us participating in a wide spectrum of ways to kind of foster school pride and school spirit and go Mean Green. And so we are a part of that process. We're a part of the university story. And that's what, really kind of matters at the end of the day. And, when I signed on to do this job, I was like, that's what we're doing here. We're going to take the power of school spirit and we're going to apply it to esports. And we're going to connect with as many students as we can that care about that.
Yep.
And so for us, uh, we're officially housed in student affairs because college esports is a strange, awesome, lovely place. So what I really love about being in student affairs is that we're student focused first, right? So at the end of the day, I have resources that I can dedicate to just simply let's put on a really cool event and have a really cool experience for students. And if students show up, it's a win. And that's something that I really love um, about kind of like the college esports experience is that not every day is it's about like, oh, let's get all of these trophies and tournaments. Nah, man, like let's just go to a technical theater, put up like 10 computers up on stage, and let's do a dorm clash. So like each dorm gets to put together a Valorant team or a Rocket League team. I'll bring over our casters that are learning how to do casting, and let's just give them an experience and let's have fun. um, and so that's something that like one of my favorite things that we do in the college ecosystem is let's just get students together and let's play video games and let's have fun, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Yep.
And with that those experiences and like with our operations create many learning opportunities. um, as Andy had mentioned, there's so many different ways that we can teach students about um, a wide gambit of things and use gaming as like a platform for it. And there's a lot of good universities that are putting together actual curriculums around just esports, so you can get a degree in or a certificate or a minor in esports. Like I know Eugene Fryer from Texas Wesleyan, he's not only is he running his program, but he's also teaching esports as a class that you can actually take, which is really cool. um, and so that certainly is something to it. But when you put together like a varsity competitive program, you have a lot of need, because as Andy had also mentioned, like it's impossible to do this as a one-person show. UNT Esports would not be what it is if it weren't for the copious amount of talented students and staff that we've had here that have engaged with and have gotten really valuable work experiences, volunteer experiences, internships, that have worked on our program in some way, shape, or form. We're talking about Rocket League tonight. Our Rocket League team would not be as successful as it was without our player managers, without our coaches that we have. I am terrible at Rocket League. Like, I got to be completely honest. Like, when you tell me, like, hey, like, what kind of mechanical skill do I need to have to, like, I am the wrong person to ask. Like, you need to talk to our coach. You need to talk to one of our player managers. I look for some specific things that, really matter to me as a program administrator, but don't ask me how to do a double flip reset because I'm gonna make you cry as you see me watch me play Rocket League. Um, because at the end of the day, I'm overseeing everything. So, but yeah, like honestly, like it's there's so many great opportunities for people to get practical experience in esports, and for folks that want to get in the industry, that matters a lot. So.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So we're about 5 minutes away from having to shut down, if you will, and get the competition started. So I'm going to ask just one last question, and then hopefully open it up for any additional questions that may come in. And Andy may be getting kicked out because he doesn't pay the light bill. So there you go.
You
But
said the word.
anyway,
You said the word shut down, and it cued my lights. I don't know. I don't know what you did.
oh, that is awesome. I didn't
This-
know I had that type of power, but now I know. I'm going to use
Now,
that a bunch.
now I know.
All right, last question, and if we could just let's try to keep it to maybe a 1 or 2 sentence answer. Obviously, if you need a little bit more, that's fine. But just in the sense of time. So Richard, I'm going to start with you. And obviously, you're not in this space, so I'm actually most curious to hear your answer specifically about this. But and when I say that, from a high school or collegiate space for esports perspective, what are some of the things that maybe you've heard or talked to people in the past that could be better? What can be done better?
I believe the connection point and the adoption of those separate spaces, both high school and collegiate, to bring in the sport as a standard method of entertainment as well as competition. We've had a lot of different schools that have been doing it over the past decade, which is fantastic. I wish it was there whenever I was playing. And I think everyone always says something about the same thing when they were younger. They wish that XYZ would have been. Adopt it faster. I want to see, just, plunge right in, be able to take risk, really say, hey, I want to give these kids and these students an extra ability, a space, a club to be able to compete in if they can. And you know what? Your first team is not going to be perfect. That's okay. Be able to go in and give them something to be going to. For a lot of different students and a lot of different people, this is their first time to be able to compete athletically, traditional athletics. That's, not everyone is that, but video games is and esports is kind of a middle ground, and it allows for so many different kind of walks of life, social structures, and people to get to it. Also, I want to see standardized conferences. I want to see more platforms for competition that it can expand and find that kind of connection like this is right now between high school and collegiate, so you can maybe be able to develop into a pro.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Great answer, and I think I saw a lot of shaking yeses over there. So I think we've got a bunch of people that would agree with you as well. But let me jump over quickly to a question that came in from Q&A, so I don't miss anybody, or at least get some questions in. The question is, what is the most important thing to do to enhance my recruitability as a player? I'm going to take a quick stab, and then I'm going to pass this over to Andy. For me, reach out to the colleges that you are most interested in, that kind of fit your personality, because everyone's a little bit different. Some people want to go to a big campus, they want to go to tailgate at the big football game and be a part of that and still play esports and everything else. And that's fine. Some would rather not be anything to do or have anything to do with that. They really want a smaller, cozier environment so they get a little bit more attention to what their needs are, et cetera. And some are somewhere in between. Academics obviously play a huge part into that, what the school has to offer and everything else. So my first suggestion would be find the list of schools that fit who you are and reach out to them. That's the best thing you can do. Find out a little bit more about their program, their coaches, just in talking to those folks. You'll start to get a feel for what you like, what you don't like, quite frankly, at the end of the day. I'll stop there and I'll kind of pass this over to Andy. Anything you would add to that as an answer?
I think that's a great answer, and just being accessible and being how do I say, open with your availability as a student, right? And you want to make sure that you're not going to be able to set these boundaries right away, but at least know what your capacity is for what a program expects of you and kind of what you're looking for in that program, right? So if a program is saying that they are practicing 5 days a week and this is what you're really looking forward to, and you at home you're already practicing something similar, you're at that like top 1% elite level of player, then make sure you show them that you have those how do I say the word, those habits already, those practice habits already, and show them that you're already kind of at that level. But definitely aim for a program that fits you, just the same thing as Rick was saying, and yeah, be accessible, be very open with your recruiter as well.
Yep. Okay, so we are just about out of time here, so I'm going to take this last few minutes again to thank our panel. It's obvious you are all incredibly passionate about the esports space. It is a Friday evening, March Madness is going on, and you are taking some of your valuable time to spend it with our audience, and for that, I am extremely, extremely grateful. So thank you all very, very much. For the kids that are queuing up to get ready to compete, we wish you all obviously the best of luck, not just in this competition, but in your journey moving forward to find a collegiate space and beyond. We wish you all the best. Dylan, Andy, Richard, again, from the bottom of my heart, I really thank you for taking some time this evening, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get it. Lord bless us.
With all this talk about recruiting, should we stop?
Hello. Love you. I don't know if we're live.
We're gonna recruiting website. You should go to the website.
Are we live now?
Were we live then?
Are we live now?
We're live now. Oh, okay.
Hi,
We're still live.
friends.
We are so sorry
We're
about
just
that.
having audio. It's always the beginning of the stream where you end up having
Exactly,
audio craziness.
exactly.
and
Honestly,
it
this is why
happens.
we do this little chill session first, so that the
Exactly.
gameplay audio is perfect.
Exactly.
So that's what we do.
It's going to be
That's what we
wonderful.
do.
So, Kyle, tell me, what is the best way to get recruited? How do I get recruited?
Well, the best way, you're already in the right spot. You're playing in a Stay Plugged In event. All of our events are solely focused on recruiting events, so connecting player to college. And with that, what facilitates that is our brand new platform. We just redid our entire website. We've been working incredibly hard behind the scenes to redo the entire website and release what we call the recruiting feature bundle set. Right now, as a player, you get all of the subscriber features for free. What does that include? You can go on, log into your player account, and message over 300 colleges right now, all on the Stay Plugged In platform. You literally go, log in, go to the colleges page, click a college
They've already
profile.
done the hard part. They've made the account.
Exactly.
So you just go to your dashboard, start messaging those colleges, be like, yo, I'm a Grand Master with a 4.0 GPA. Give me the
Scholarship.
opportunity to play with you.
Exactly. It's literally that simple. You can also see all the colleges that view your profile. You get a notification when they view your profile, just like LinkedIn. Also, you can follow colleges, and colleges can follow you. And there's a bunch more social features all on the website, all made to make the connection process easier, to make it faster, make it quicker, so you get more opportunities to be connected and hopefully get a scholarship opportunity at the collegiate level. But go, log into your account and do that throughout the entire night, and make sure you check back. Don't miss a message.
Right,
that would be awful.
Yo, I need some messages. I actually have an account on the Stay Plugged In website. And
Pathfinder.
I've been messaging some of the colleges because I may be a boomer, but I could still.
You could go back.
I could still
You
go
could go
back
back.
to college, okay?
And
Your boy
that's-
needs a master's degree, and I could go compete. All right.
Exactly. And that's a huge, really good point, too. Right before we do our huge announcements is that the best thing is you can be a player of all skills, really of all ages.
Yep.
If you want to go to college to play esports, there's a spot for you, and that's how awesome it is. But
It is.
now we have some really exciting announcements.
We have some huge
Huge
announcements.
Huge announcements.
Esports is nothing without the LAN. And that's what everyone wants to see. It's going and competing, and I love virtual tournaments. There's nothing wrong with a virtual tournament. And this Carry to College weekend is a virtual tournament. But the way to become seen by all the colleges is when you're on that main stage, it's back over there, and there's colleges out in the audience that are looking at you as a player. They're looking at how you're holding it together, and they get to see your gameplay in real time and your reactions. So we have some big LAN events coming up. Which one's first, Kyle? Tell
Absolutely.
us.
Well, we did it last year on the West Coast. Now we're on the East Coast. We will be back at PAX East in Boston the weekend of April 22nd through 24th, doing a Valorant tournament, just like we did last time, a $7,500 prize pool. Listen here, Valorant players, $7,500 prize
$1 million.
pool.
It's $1
That's actually $1 million.
million. It's $1
You
million.
ruined it. We were going to
It's $1
up it
million.
and do a different announcement, but
Basically.
$7,500, less than a month away at PAX East in Boston at the biggest gaming event of the year.
Absolutely.
It's the biggest PAX event by far, and it's legendary.
Oh,
there.
and the arena is awesome up
It's
there.
insane.
We did
Oh,
PAX
my.
last year. It is not an event you want to miss. There's an awesome stage. There's a bunch of different gaming stations, and you're right next to Gillette Stadium. So if you want to drag out your parents to go to Boston, it's a great spot to go explore, and you can go check out PAX while you're there.
Yep, absolutely. So we're super pumped about that. And then next,
Yeah, our second event that's coming up is also another virtual event, but it's Carry to College, but we're doing different games. So this weekend is Rocket League, Rainbow Six Siege, and Overwatch. This next weekend that's coming up very, very soon is Valorant, Call of Duty, and League of Legends, which are all of these are major esports side
Yeah.
on the collegiate side, but we have to get so many events in such a little time, so we're running another Carry to College. It's going to be a $1,000 prize pool per game. And there's going to be the same opportunity that exists this weekend. If you're not a Rocket League player and you're a Valorant player, your time is coming. Don't worry, we're right behind. We're right around the corner from those kind of
Exactly.
things. What's
And
next, Kyle? Tell me.
what's next is we're going to be at Helix, just like we were last year in Foxborough, the same weekend of PAX. We're going to also be running basically a warm-up Valorant tournament the day before the big one at PAX. We're also going to be running Rocket League and Smash as well. There's a $1,500 prize pool for the Rocket League LAN tournament at Helix and a $500 prize pool for the Smash tournament. Saturday and Sunday, April 23rd and 24th. Go to the website right now, staypluggedin.gg/events, and you'll see the Helix ones there. We're super, super pumped about that.
Yep.
And the next LAN.
The next LAN. There's another LAN.
There's another LAN. There's another one.
We're busy over here. We're staying busy. The next one after, well, it's not. It's in the timeline of things. Shenandoah University. We're headed back to Shenandoah University with Joey Gariziak and his awesome team. They have a great program, a bunch of different teams, but you're going to be able to compete, and that's in Virginia. That's coming up really soon as well. We're going to play League of Legends, Valorant, Rocket League, and
Smash.
Smash. So a lot of different game titles there. Once again, they have an awesome arena that is filled full of the production quality things that you can be seen on the stage. There's going to be colleges there. It's going to be awesome. And then the last one, Kyle, hit us with the last one, which is in like 2 weeks.
The last one, yeah, in literally 2 weeks, we'll be at a local college, Catawba Valley Community College. We'll be playing Rocket League, Valorant, and Smash. And that is going to be on LAN as well at their esports arena and their facility. I think they're using the basketball court too, if I'm not mistaken.
Rolling out on the basketball court.
So we're going to be loading in and going at it.
Yeah,
so super excited, more local, but again, so many LAN events, so many online events. We're having a great
I better
spring.
see some of the teams that win this Carry to College event over there at any of those events. There's a lot of
absolutely.
opportunities. I'm telling you, it's a different atmosphere when you show up to a LAN event. You want to be at those things. You want to be able to meet that college coach right after face-to-face instead of Discord. So those things are upcoming, and it's really, really exciting. We got
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Just the
That's
beginning.
just the beginning. That's just spring. We still have summer, fall, and the beginning of winter through the rest of the year. So we have a great 2022 coming together and a great plan ahead of us. Well, that's it for me and Pathfinder. We wanted to hop on real quick. Now we're going to bring on the real casters, ones that can talk much better than us,
we're fake
to bring
casters.
some. Yeah, we're not even fake. We're just
We're
people
just,
talking.
I don't even know why they let us do this. If
They,
I'm
I
honest.
don't know. Yeah, I'm sure they probably pulled the audio
Yeah,
cable.
I need the curtain.
Exactly,
the
exactly.
hook, the hook.
So,
Okay.
anyways, we're going to be joined by our Rocket League casters here shortly. But first, a quick ad from one of our sponsors of this event, McDonald's. So stay tuned. McDonald's first, casters about 30 seconds later. Good luck, all the players.
We love you.
Harmon, Kendo Slice here, alongside my longtime friend, mentee, as well as someone who actually goes to college, Grant. Grant, it's going to be a beautiful day today, and we do have Carry to College. I'm so excited to be here personally because it was about 2 years ago that I first got a DM from an upstart organization called Stay Plugged In. And now, rather than just doing little weekly tournaments, we're talking about an organization that is trying to bridge the gap from high school esports into the college spectrum.
It is a phenomenal organization and event that we've got unfolding in front of us, Kendo. I mean, you're talking about bridging the gap. High school, college, places coming together. Stay Plugged In is big on that. First of all, I mean, you have these opportunities for students to play in front of college scouts, coaches, recruiters, what have you. And it's a phenomenal opportunity. And not only that, but here, you and I are doing it live, and we've got a massive tournament ahead of us, and we only get to cover the first half.
Of course, Carry to College is just one of the many premier recruiting events being put on by Stay Plugged In right now. Over 100 colleges, over 4 different game platforms. It's an ever-changing lot that they are always recruiting to. So just as much as you are trying to grow into a collegiate career, they are trying to grow into a wonderful brand new opportunity for you to expand your horizon. So check everything out. StayPluggedIn.gg. I hear it's a new website. I hear that you get on there, you're going to have interactivity with recruiters, the opportunity to be found by said recruiters, doing events like this.
It is, again, that phenomenal experience, not experience, I can't even think of the other word because I'm just so starstruck by what's going on here, Kendo, but
Yeah.
they've also maintained their relationships with these guys. It's not one of those things where you go in there, you meet them once, and then you're off back to your own life. No, you can make real connections when you're doing events with Stay Plugged In. And Kendo, I'm really excited about tournaments because when we have a fresh tournament and we don't know anything about the teams, I get really excited at the unpredictability of everything because, I mean, we don't know who the players are. Some of these guys have never, ever been seen before, not on a broadcast, maybe not in competitive Rocket League. This could be their first time competing in a real deal event, which means there's a ton of opportunity for them. There's the word I was looking for earlier. There's tons of opportunity for them to get seen by the people they need to get seen as to make esports into a full-time career.
100%. And who knows, they may be looking at a potential career under the casting wing. For all we know, there may be updated opportunities. I think they're in my ear right now. Chance to turn that into something, speak it into existence, maybe even, as really, we live in a world where the opportunities, where what is growing more rapidly than almost any other industry is the esports industry. And both high school levels as well as college levels are catching on. There's more and more out there for everyone involved. involved. I do want to talk also about the spin leaderboard. Stay plugged in. .gg, one of the interactive ways that you can get involved by participating in events like this one, by referring people to the platform, referring people to the website, social media interaction, community events. Getting more involved gets you more rewarded. And the fact that there is a reward system just tells you how good it can be. I'm looking down this reward system, Grant. I mean, 300 points. You get emerge 10% of emerge jersey builder. Okay. I like that. I like that. 500 free swag.
Okay.
Custom-made Twitter header at 600. Get a little bit of involvement with the guys from the graphics department. I like it. Here's a big one.
Okay.
1,000 points. If you're a freestyler and you like clipping, get yourself 1,000 points on that new Stay Plugged In leaderboard, the spin leaderboard, because a free montage can be made for you.
Wow.
By the way, we'll take it one step further, Grant. 1,500 points, according to what I'm reading right here.
Really?
You saw those lands.
Is that on the paper?
You saw all those lands. It's on the paper. You gotta look at it, my friend.
On the paper?
Free land ticket.
Woo! All right. It sounds like the fun just don't stop, Kendo. And speaking of fun, at our first game going on, it is Autobots, and they'll be taking on the team of Aliens. And this is one of those things where you've got Autobots coming in as the number 6 seed. As for the Aliens, however, oh boy, again, this is a massive bracket. I can't even find where they are. They are the 55th seed. Now, that might be, I mean, that's a big gap. We don't gotta sugarcoat that at all. It's a big gap. Anybody can do basic math. However, you have to consider what the skill level is and how many teams are competing and really what their rank is. But if you are in that top 6 seeding, it seems like you might have at least some RLCS experience, as I've been told, and it might just be shown here.
Or you might just fit the criteria. Watch this, Grant. This is beautiful. The play out of the corner, getting up and getting down. I tell you what, I think the recruiters like that one because I know I did.
I've had a lot of spins in it, and as me, a freestyling aerial mechanicist, what did I just made up words. You know what I meant to say. I love to see stuff out of the gates like that. If that's how you plan on starting your day, your game, what have you, you're gonna have a really good time later on.
We'll see how the Aliens turn things around here, but Grant, I have to wager the question is criteria's going nuts. Forget what I have to say. Take a look at this.
Well, I have to finally give recognition to the criteria pun, because now I get it. But recruiters, are you listening? Do you quite get how good this man is right here in criteria? Double off the backboard chef's kiss.
So I was going to make a mention of, technically, if you have Autobots who are aliens, and then you have just aliens, what are the aliens? Right now, not enough defense for us to find out.
I'm starting to wonder, it's not even like a man versus machine thing, it's a machine versus alien thing. Machine versus extraterrestrial, and I don't know which one of those is supposed to be better than the other, but right now it's proving to be the machines until the extraterrestrials can make a trip over to the land of the machine.
Well, you can't get complacent, however, because one kickoff can pave the way for success, and the aliens finally get one on the board. They're definitely trying to show themselves not to be little orange octanes.
Little orange octanes, like little, I don't know why my brain goes to little tykes, but we'll go with it. We'll run with it. Not really looking like children in their skill level, I can tell you that, unless there are 8-year-old prodigies out there, which, you know, it has happened before. 3.5 minutes to go, still a lot to be displayed. We've only really seen the front end of criteria and what they've been able to pull off. Barely has their team gotten involved in the play, and they don't really need to. If you've got somebody who's able to take up a solo play and execute it perfectly every time, do you really need to do any more?
Let's be honest, yes, because Rocket League in and of itself is an ever-evolving rotation. You have one lapse of judgment, there is a hole. to be found, and the best teams are the ones who can find those small little inconsistencies, and they can manage that ball into the hole. I think I just made a golf reference there, Grant. Here comes MTNS. Gonna look down. The ground pitch won't go through. Do they have the follow? Not quite, but Autobots, they're on the door. They're continuing to knock.
This is proving that while I do enjoy being carried, you do need that team effort, because at this point, Aliens have locked up their doors, boarded the windows, and make sure that Autobots aren't able to penetrate their defenses, although you've got Criteria, who's done insane stuff before, misses out on the bump, as Endless needed to make that touch happen. Mountains off the top rope and won't find anything.
Not this time around, anyway. Aliens finally will work through this midfield, and it feels like a lack of control that they are putting on once they get into the midfield and beyond, whereas Endless and MTNS, they can't help but find each other.
The goals are just endless. Kendo, I mean, yeah, the lowest hanging fruit on the tree, we have to go for it. Autobots are starting to really pull back away with this victory. It does point towards a Game 1 win. Would not shock me, especially with their control. They're taking to the corner, really just side to side, wherever they want to go with it. Aliens forfeiting possession to Criteria and the team of Autobots. They'll keep moving down. Blue team look real scary right about now.
They do, and I'm also seeing some of those pink tags as well, so you know you're going to have a couple SSLs on the side of Autobots, which is quite impressive. They have definitely shown themselves to be aerial superiority between these two teams so far. So what do you do if you are Aliens? You know there's a team that is beating you in the skies. You take advantage of what you're best at, the ground game. Try to stay grounded, get through a couple of these 50-50s. The low 50, always an advanced tactic. Right now, they are struggling to get this ball out.
Normally, teams would think that, oh, if they're dominating us in the air, maybe we just have to be quicker. You start to apply the strategies that you would normally go for, but they don't always work out. Now they've got the defense at least tightened up a bit more. They stop. What? Luckily, the post bails them out this time. Another save, another one. It just doesn't stop. It's unfortunate, though, that it comes so late in the game because Aliens still won't be able to get it done.
I love it. They are able to keep up just long enough and to quell the defense at least this once. It's the little victories like that that can build momentum, and if you can score a goal on top of it, you're going to be feeling really good going into Game 2. Instead, quick transition back, and Endless and MTNS found each other again.
Mittens the homie.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness. Criteria almost found the touch on it. I wouldn't be shocked if you told me it was a ghost touch, because that's just how close that it was. But 4 goals away, like I said, things started to point towards that Game 1 victory, and that's exactly what Autobots will find right here. If you're Aliens, there's a ton of questions. Can you really best Autobots in the air? Can you pick up ground game? Is that something you're good at? Does your gameplay work? Can you match the Autobots?
I am going to go a step further with those questions, Grant, and I want to know, does the Aliens offense really exist outside of Area 51 and what the government wants me to believe? I have a lot of conspiracies about this one, Grant, but right now I'm looking at 3 shots and not enough evidence to support.
Yeah, unfortunately, no UFOs flying for the Aliens in this Game 1. Could that change in Game 2? Yeah. Does it need to, though? Absolutely, Kendo. If this doesn't change, I mean, this is where Aliens drop down to either a lower bracket or they're eliminated. I can't quite remember.
Yeah, I did see a lower bracket, so there is a lower bracket available as long as they are using it. Battlefy is a fickle opportunity. Okay, yeah. The lower bracket, it's there. So this lower bracket going to be going a little while. I'm going to enjoy seeing how everyone works through that. We're going to go to game number 2. Autobots up and really in control. It's going to be up to the Aliens to, well, cite themselves here
Mm.
because thus far we haven't seen them outside of a single goal.
There is a lot of work that needs to be done for the Aliens. It's not looking too great, unless, luckily, to miss their shot gives Aliens more time to rethink going into the next counterattack. They need this clear. It'll be popped up. Nobody wants to follow it, and that's a sign of Aliens not willing to take flight. That could be worrisome when you're playing Autobots.
Could be, but not this time around. The defense looking better as we go. And I think that's a testament to the Aliens' ability to adapt to what they have right before them. The Autobots have been very stingy on offense, especially with the continuous pressure. We do see the pressure win out this time around, but the Aliens' defense, they were present.
They were present, just not positioned in the proper places. Near post, I mean, it could have worked in that scenario, but we didn't really get to see exactly where they went, how they prepared for defense. We obviously know that back post was rather absent, as that one is just going to squeak by, slip through the cracks of the Aliens' defense. And you've got Autobots in the lead once again.
Now Criteria, who's kind of gone to a little bit more of a supporting role, I've noticed throughout the game. We definitely have seen Criteria has the mechanics. Couple of oh my gosh.
Do we say more?
I had to choke on my words there because I saw this one developing, Grant. This is a beautiful infield pass. Give and go. Doesn't get any better than that, and it was fully covered the entire way.
It really doesn't get much better. You had the opportunity to rip a shot far post, but that's just too difficult. You say, you know what, I trust my teammate enough to do work with the ball, and they executed. Autobots now with a 2-goal lead, looking for more pass plays. The same formula, Mittens and Criteria, endless with the finish, but it's Criteria who finds it again and makes sure it goes in.
The one thing that you cannot do defensively is allow yourself to become stagnant, to be stationary on the goal line, because the moment you do, a good offensive team is going to find ways to interweave the ball and get the perfect one-timer, just the way Criteria was set up there. They're looking for more, and they are trying to show themselves off to be the best team possible. The Autobots, ooh, they're so good. Let's quote Mr. Food there.
I think if Autobots are going to continue doing what they're doing, I think Aliens have to get up in their faces. The strategy that I was saying most teams go for most often is just get up and match them. Be as quick as they are. Try your best to do what you can. Sushi doesn't even go up for this one.
And it's starting to concern me. 1, 2, 3, all there in the box and waiting for the ball to come to them. That doesn't always work defensively. Yes, you can plant a Randy Gibbons on the goal line, but if there's 3 of them there, no one's ready for the outlet pass.
Yeah, Aliens, they've gotta get their hands on some boost, first of all, because that's part of the reason they can't advance too far. It has been Autobots' pressure for a solid 90% of this game. Only now are the Aliens finding something that could be worthwhile, especially with the bumps. Not really anyone around to capitalize. 2 up, just not looking towards the net. They rather would have had a touch. You gotta get your priorities straight. Zenless and Mittens pushing on the other side. Almost find a goal, bounce up. Criteria is there looking back where they've done it before and won't find it this time.
Okay, I'm liking the breakout there from Aliens. Maybe a sign of life, but it's quickly squashed. Oh my goodness. Okay, the art of the back pass, A+.
Back pass up front. Look at the 360. Put some style and respect on this man's name. There's nothing that he can't do when it comes to passes.
So now if you're Aliens, I mean, you have to swallow the 5-goal deficit with 2 minutes to go, and you have to just put your very best out there. Each and every goal is important, especially when you know that there are people looking at you as their potential future player. So continue to develop yourself, show some character. The fortitude is just as important as the mechanics, because you can grow mechanics, you can't teach fortitude. Speaking of which, Autobots, they are not stopping.
There is no misstep. Everything calculated across through the middle space. They had a clear lane and they walked down the path. Most people, like myself, would have just ripped a shot on and had it saved by the defender. Not Autobots. They're creative, they're crafty. You have to find ways to outperform them. But at this point, aliens are unfortunately being outclassed by the passing plays and the aerial dominance of Autobots, and with that, they might find themselves dropping to that lower bracket much quicker than they would have hoped.
Of course, one of the joys of being a commentator, you always tend to get names wrong. Case in point, I've gotten this one wrong a couple times, but MTNS Mittens, apparently, is what I've been told. So, congratulations. The aliens do score one, however, in the process of me correcting myself. And Zushi, the benefactor, do they have a demo on the goal line to open this up? Brilliant flick, just no follow behind it.
Brilliant minds of aliens. Like I said, Autobots are crafty, they're creative, and you have to out-creativity them. Yes, I just said that word. That made no sense, but that's just the bottom line. You have to do things that outsmart your opponent. It's about being a step ahead, planning for the future. You can't think in the here and now in Rocket League. If you're just looking at the ball, you're going to get caught out by what the other team is doing. You have to prepare yourself, and aliens have done that a couple of times, although again, shame that it's so late. With 30 seconds winding, Autobots would love to make this Brazil. They've got the pressure, got the resources. Endless is there. Did he triple tap that off the corner of the woodwork?
That is pretty. And once again, Criteria getting in and forcing the extra touch right back. Aliens have been very stout on the defensive line, but it's those extra touches that the Autobots have put on to create. Now we are in the perfect score line. You don't need to add any more Autobots. You don't need to add any more Autobots. Okay. That was very close. I think they're working on trying to break us. Grant, I want to stay in South America. I don't want to leave.
Brazil is a beautiful place, and we will be staying there. Don't worry, Kendo. There's no flights that got to be booked. We will complete this one. Although, I guess I kind of lied, because we do have to reset the scoreboard. At some point, we do have to move on from this match, as it is over in a 2-0 sweep. Autobots show why they are that 6th seed, and if that's the 6th seed, I get really worried about what the rest of the top 5 is.
I mean, yes. I completely and utterly agree with you. Between the two games, Autobots both times double digits on the shots, and what impressed me more than anything else, Grant, was the fact that we saw significant improvement but less shots in this game number 2 for them, and they were getting more and more of those backward touches, the back passes from within the box to create misdirection. Something that when you're comfortable and you understand the little intricacies of what your opponent's putting out on defense, you can take advantage of that. They did so extremely well.
They did, and it's part of the reason why there was nothing that the aliens could really do to stop them. But there's no stopping us, Kendo, because we're going to send it to a brief intermission. We'll have the next series up and ready for you in 1 moment.
Hello, one and all. Welcome back. We had an amazing break. It's Mulder and Scully back from discovering very strange alien events along with automotive extraterrestrials on the previous match. Actually, Kendo Slice alongside Grant.
Yeah.
Grant, my friend. Things are getting a little weird.
They are a little bit. We
Oh my
kind of would have hoped that the aliens would have had some kind of UFO or alien technology to bring with them to their match. Unfortunately, they did not, and they got
Or
beaten out
McDonald's,
by.
at least.
Yeah, right. Like, dude, don't get me started on McDonald's.
There is nothing that powers up an alien better than a McRib.
You really
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
Alf.
Huh. Fair enough. Kendo,
Never mind.
I've got to say, I've got to say, the next
Chalk it
match
up
coming
to
up.
experience. Chalk it up to experience.
Yes.
Never mind. Okay, I'm done here. I'm trying to break Grant very badly at the moment. We do have a round 2 matchup though set up for you. It's Chalk It Up versus Snyder Esports. Chalk It Up, Silent Tide, and Resinol. It looks to be a very stout lineup. The 3rd seed lineup, so they should be coming in very hot. Snyder Esports, Crow, Z6 Clone, and Naz's World. Of course, in-game names may end up being different. That's half the fun with what we are doing here today. Of course, all part of Carry to College. And folks, if you haven't checked it out already, make sure you / Spin Zone, because you can get an entire wall of streams going up on however many monitors you have. If you're lucky, if you're blessed, you have a projector. But we go to game number 1. I will not be silent on this one. I like the favorite and Chalk It Up.
Yeah, this is easily a favorite. We just saw the 6th seed, and what I've been told again is that those that are in, I guess, like the top 8 at least, maybe top 16, they've got RLCS experience, and it is no surprise here that it is opened up by time.
My goodness, that is already pretty. And I'm not trying to be too facetious here, but let's give credit where credit is due. Naz set that one up perfectly. It just ended up being received by the wrong team.
A little unfortunate. That's just how the cookie crumbles some of the time. Oh no, not bumps. We can't be starting out this rough, can we, Snyder? Oh boy, it looks like we are. Sauced up the defense and then passed it to Tide again.
My goodness, Silent. You can't do that. The dipsy-do, I believe the current term is toodaloo.
Truth. Big truth. Bars, if you will. And it looks like Chalk It Up is looking to chalk it up in game number 1. With already 2 goals, they are quick, they were fast, and Snyder Esports have yet to find a counter. Now, granted, they've had about 10 seconds to do so. They would have loved to start on a defensive save, but that's not what they get.
My goodness, Resinol jumps on this one, and everywhere Snyder goes, it seems like somebody from Chalk It Up is immediately jumping on any sort of possession. It doesn't look good for them, but it's only been 30 seconds, and Nas and company might be able to bring everything back. They just need to keep possession for a little bit more than a couple seconds. We only have a small sample size, Grant.
Yeah, we've had a little sliver of what Chalk It Up is capable of doing. I can only imagine what's going to happen in these next 4 minutes. Hopefully we see some Snyder offense building back up. Here's that possession we asked for. It's only just if they can get it over their head. They got there. Silent was the one to take it away. Silent wants to take away the life of Krauth in pursuit of them. Krauth has the ball to the right side, finding it to the middle, connects with a teammate for the first time. There's those passing plays that we would have loved to see in the last game. Maybe it'll do something against Chalk It Up here. They've got some quick shots on, but still that Chalk defense is looking real nice and good, and they miss another opportunity.
Well, that being also said, Snyder finally get that initiation into the offensive zone, and that's what we're looking for. Are you able to sustain it would be the next question on the docket to be answered. Very close to a double tap. The follow right behind it will not go through. Crow? We have Crow as one of the names on the Discord side, so I'm guessing it's Crow? Or we might just call him Crow. But,
I
you know, a
think-
Tide in the process is going to find a brilliant one-timer.
Unfortunately, the game will not be tied with Ty's goal here, and it will in fact be increasing its deficit with 4 goals on the board now. An impressive feat, and it's something that we kind of saw earlier in the last series where one team goes up, and there's just yet to find much to work with. Now, the good news is that Snyder are 20 positions above the last team that played a top 6 teamer, and now we're the top 3 teams. Again, I told you that I would be very scared to see what the rest of the top 5 have in store for us, and it seems like they've got a lot for us. Careful to avoid the own goal. It almost didn't matter. Growth leaping to get that one done. Pinch off the crossbar.
Really well done save, and it's been an onslaught of offense. The Tide has not waned as of yet, and with a midfield pass like that one, the back and forth silent shot on will score and chalk it up. They look nigh undefeatable, at least through the first half.
Yeah, but when you're drooling for boost, when the other team makes you starving, it is not really going to do you any favors to go for that boost and expose your net. 0 goals still to your name. It might just be 6 against you with Tide's shot upper 90.
Mercy on the kickoff. There's not enough behind it. I know a lot of kickoff mentality has gone the way of, well, you should be cheating pretty much every single time. There is evidence right there why you should at least send a second contingency plan forward in the kickoff circle, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't. Resnal's gonna knock you into it.
So this is what they call push coming to shove. It is, that's not nice to pull shot them like that. He pushed him off of a cliff and into his own net.
Oh man, this is definitely getting on the point of bullying for Chalk.
A little bit.
That being said, welcome to Rocket League. We do have a little bit of demos. We don't have some of the other things within the other games that would be considered BM. We just completely destroy each other and take each other off the pitch.
What are some of those equivalent BM? What are some of those equivalent bad manners in Rocket League? That's my question.
I mean, when you use your opponent to score the goal, the pool shot, the way Resnal did earlier, that is definitely insult to injury, salt in a wound.
Yeah.
And right now, they are not letting off the gas. Chalk it up. Have no lack of high octane in the gas tank.
I think this is the opposite of BM, though, in a way, Kendo, because if Chalk It Up were just going for freestyles and really ballsy plays, then it's like, okay, yeah, you're kind of trolling at this point. But like you said, Chalk It Up, they don't want to let off. They want to keep on going, and they don't really see a reason to stop. If they can get 10 goals, that's probably just the mentality is, okay, can we get double digits? And they might very well be on their way to doing so.
Well, now with 70 seconds left, Snyder Esports are searching for something to take home as solace on this game number 1. And I think a good start would be getting a couple stops on Chalk It Up, who have had free reign of the offensive real estate so far. Silent goes up looking for the flip reset. Won't be able to get by Growth. With Nas, the shot towards the net covered so well by Resnal, quickly on the backboard.
When you've got 35 seconds left to go in game 1 and you're down 8 goals, obviously, first of all, get it out of the way, you're not feeling good. Second of all, you have to think, okay, is there anything we can do in the next game? Again, is the same story of bouncing back. It's the thing you got to do. You have to think forward to next game because there is no shot. At zero. Zip zilch. That you are getting 8 goals in 15 seconds. What is the mentality that you've got right now as you're ending the game? And where are you thinking? Where's your head at?
I mean, you need to actually be able to be where the mindset would normally be, because if you get 9-0'd, it's not fun. I was watching some of the RLCS action that we had, and of course they had the player cams there, and there were a couple teams that were in the process of getting a beat down. You look downtrodden. You don't like when you get absolutely obliterated.
Wait.
But
I'm sorry, Kendo.
I gotta stop it, man.
What is that rebound? Have you ever seen a double tap off the floor? I know I haven't. And that is with real good Ryan reason that I had to stop you, Kendo. That needed all the attention it could get. And now all the attention is, I mean, is it even on? Chalk it up, is it on Snider? Who's it on? There's so many questions. What's the answers?
I mean, I imagine there are some recruiters' attentions on Chalk It Up, because that is definitely some impressive gamesmanship that we've seen for Snyder Esports. I mean, it seems like this might be one of those high school programs that are in development. They're trying to create something in the high school field. If that's the case, I'm sure that there are people supporting them in their ear right now. Be like, hey, we know that this is a really good team. Let's start one goal at a time and take one goal from our opponent. If you can do that, you can build the momentum. And just like some of those teams that we saw on the pro side today, one goal changes a lot of momentum.
One goal is the difference maker at the end of the day. If they can score first, especially, that's just doubling said momentum. When you score first, you already put yourself over the top. You are leading the series, you are leading the charge. You feel confident because you're in a lead. It is one of the best places you can be, and oftentimes that becomes a snowballing effect unless you start to see goals go the other direction, in which case it's like, okay, can we really do anything against these guys? And Snyder are asking themselves that question. As for an answer, it's kind of dependent on the program, but I think it's just continue to play your game, do it a little faster.
Absolutely. Game number 2 getting underway now, and Snyder Esports see if they can reap a little bit more time here on the mainstream. Big save by Croth, able to keep the initial push out by Chalk It Up, but the pressure has not gone away. It's going to continue from game number 1.
Yeah, don't anticipate this to slow down at all, although Nas does have some control and mechanics to their favor. Resinal continuing out. Big dunk. Throw it down into Snyder territory. Croth is there. Off to the right side. Silent with a stop. They still contain that control. Dangerous touch on the defense. They would have liked to have it a little bit higher. Instead, it goes low. Resinal goes high. Nas having to get involved early on. Silent looming around the corner. Fires. Hits post. And it's out of here. Tied in a one-on-one. Essentially, Dark can't get through him. Does get the bulldozer, and Croth will put it in, and that's exactly what we're talking about, Kendo.
There we are. One goal and a power through here. Dirk Legend eating the Wheaties and taking names. Leaves it for Croth, and there's that one goal. There's that little bit of momentum. Now, they need to keep the pressure on. They cannot be content, because the moment content falls upon them, the contention that's coming from the nonstop pressure of Chalk It Up will overwhelm them. Oh,
Don't get complacent. Keep going, and that's exactly what we are seeing Snyder Esports continue to do. For once, Chalk It Up are being held in their own half. Now they're double committing, leaving Tide exposed all on their alone side. Nas getting taken out of the equation, though. Resinal, left to their own devices, does pick up the boost, saves themselves. Tide throwing to the sidewall yet again, getting as many bounces as they can to throw off the offense, but now at the transition to defense, Resinal has us up into the air, looking for the double angle secured. Silent can't break through. They'll miss out here. One more shot blocked by the leaping defense of Snyder.
Indeed, and they are doing an okay job of making sure that they stay in front of these challenges. The position of challenge, whereas it was in the danger zone, in the defensive box for Snyder, has started to push out, and they are having their way, at least a little bit of dictation over the ball. Control oh so important as Snyder, with priority on the scoreboard, are able to do a little bit more. Here's Tide. Not able to get through the initial thrust, and Crow's brilliant free jump will be able to keep that one far and away out. They've gone through halftime, and this is a lot of encouragement if you're Snyder Esports.
I mean, when you get 10-0'd in the last game and now you've held off any goals from happening at all, that is living proof that it doesn't matter how hard you lose. Although, hang on a second, Dark spinning out on the backboard, barely able to make the save. Silent awkward, pushing out a path was Nas. And Crow with a follow, can't quite wrap around to get it. Looking to boom downfield, runs into Silent. Oh, it could be the end here. Tide will tie this game up.
It was close, but oh well. Dark Legend, a slight mistouch ends up being the undoing. You have to make sure you're able to follow your own touches, Grant, because the moment you leave a juicy one right there in the box, it's destined for the goal. You hate to see it go that way, but now chalk it up. They've evened everything back 1-1, just under 2 minutes to go, and the demos, the physical plays coming out.
Kendo, as much as we hate to see it, at least we are at a tie game. It's effectively 0-0. Snyder are back to where they started. Yes, some of their progress has been halted up, but that doesn't really mean they're just doing this in spite of me. They're up again.
Once again, a 50-50. The take in the corner does lead way into the middle. You have to make sure that you're able to jump on some of those loose touches that are right there, almost dangling in the box. And this time, chalk it up. We're able to beat them in the foot race to it. 90 seconds to go. Snyder. They want to impose their will. They need to do it now. And they've brought it into the offensive zone. Growth will get high enough for this. Gets the trap down as well as the boost grab. And we'll see if they're able to continue this push in the offensive zone.
This game's still within reach for Snyder. Nas in pursuit. Need a big beat on Tide. Won't get there. Instead, it's moving desperately into their own half. Resinal waiting on that sidewall. Fires a shot. Hitting that backboard. Net is exposed for a moment. You almost wonder if chalk it up, if they're able to take risks like they have in the past, we could see some dangerous things go on in front of that Snyder net, such as this one. Just be prepared on your spacing for Tide.
They've utilized the corner so many times. Resinal, the extra tap. It doesn't have to be a shot on net, especially when you have teammates who are ready and willing to put that one away. So now 44 seconds to go. Snyder Esports at one last gasp. Might come off of the kickoff, but it is going to be all chalk it up control. Resinal up over one. Chance for the dunk down left for Silent. The 1, the 2, the 3. It's tied to put it away.
Snyder just aren't able to stay in control, let alone be calm, cool, and collected. When the back man jumps, that means everything is falling down. And 3 goals now separate these two teams. Chalk it up would love to chalk up the series and push it to its end.
30 seconds and a 3-goal deficit. It's a tough one to overcome, and with the lack of press, they just allowed that one to play away. I don't want to call it early, Grant, but given what we've just seen in the last 15 seconds, I highly doubt they're going to be able to pull this one off. But Snyder, they started off game number 2 with that first goal, and it's a chance to grow upon themselves. Hopefully they'll take a look back, take a look at the VOD, see what Chalk It Up are doing, how they were able to breach the defenses, especially on a transitional play like that. There's a lot of things you can learn in review.
There are, and this one is where you have to get involved in those shooting lanes. You kind of have to pre-jump them. You have 3 people on the pitch, 3 people that can go for that. When you see somebody up in the air, again, you kind of got to pre-jump them, at least make them do something, make them scared, mess them up a little bit. Otherwise, you're just a sitting duck and your net is waiting to be scored on.
Yeah, very much so. But in this case, it will be the chalk it up squad who end up moving on. And so far, what we have seen, Grant, is that these top seeded teams are a force to be reckoned with. So credit to the people in the back end putting together some of these rankings. They know what they're talking about. And if only I could get a scouting sheet for everybody. Never mind. Never mind. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm not trying to put anybody down. We'll just keep on talking like we don't know what we're talking about.
True. We will keep doing that. And you know what else we're going to keep doing is we're going to keep casting Rocket League as if we know what we're talking about. But we have an intermission first, Kendo. So we're going to go there. It'll be very, very brief. So stick around. You're not going to want to miss it when we return. I died.
Grant! No! We lost you at the last second. It's okay. I know you're here, Grant. And don't worry. Grant
In
will be back
spirit.
in just a moment. He's here in spirit at the very comes back.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
I just came out of the back rooms, Kendo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Grant, what was it
Kendo.
like back there?
I don't know what I just saw, but it
You
was
don't
crazy.
know?
There were aliens. They were dancing. There were lights, like this one, Kendo.
It was an alien dance
dancing.
party.
Yeah, precisely,
All right,
Um,
with a round 3 match of Anarchy versus Divinity?
precisely, accurate. It's exactly what we got going on, Kendo. And I'm gonna put the lights away now, because we have a game to cast. Now I just look like I look orange. Did the back rooms make me? What happened to me? I'm not even sure what happened to myself back there. I was gone for like 5 seconds, and now we
Yeah,
are
no,
completely looking at a changed man.
We can see you. That's probably the most important part. Whether or not you spray
Fair
tanned in
enough.
between matches, I cannot determine that for sure. I did like the thumbs up you were giving everyone, but we have a round 3
yes.
matchup: Anarchy versus Divinity. It's the 8th seed and the 9th seed, Grant. So this one should be a lot closer between
Yeah.
the two. Of course, y'all watching the Carry to College here on Stay Plugged In. Premier recruiting event. Kind of having a little bit of fun over here on the mainstream. And Grant, I mean, between these two teams, you know any names off the top of your head?
Oh boy, names. I'm not good
Yeah.
with names. You know how many times I have to ask people for their names and stuff. It
Okay.
it doesn't always go well. But what I can tell you is, first of all, oh boy, again, massive bracket. Anarchy. Yeah, I'm looking at Anarchy. I don't really recognize any names, Kendo, and I can't find the 9 seed. The 9 seed's lost in space and time. Not quite sure. Is that a period? There's just someone. Just a period. All right. I don't remember.
That would be Pringle, if I remember correctly. And Pringle is one name I
Why?
do know off the top of my head.
You had to make
going
it
up
difficult
against,
for me.
Going up against Divinity, and Divinity is, let's see here. I want to make sure I get all these names correct. Mellow Mighty, Misty.
Running down the
Find a look
checklist,
at it, and Yosh. Mellow Mighty, Misty, and Yosh. Nice.
Yeah, for real. Fire names. Mellow Mighty. I'm a fan of that one. I don't know. And are we gonna call him Period or Pringle? I guess we
Pringle. 100% Pringle.
I guess Pringle. Yeah, we'll go with that one. These players not making it easy for us, as I'm sure they won't make it easy for each other. This is again going to be a much closer game. Like we talked about, top 8 players are spooky. Well, we've got all top 8 players technically. I mean, 9 seed. We'll count them. Top 10. And we've seen how fierce these top 10 teams have been, and with an 8 and 9 seed, oh boy, we're in for a good one.
Indeed we are, and we will see how everything goes out in the wash. As both of these teams evenly matched on the ranks. We'll see if they are as evenly matched as it seems they are. And through the first minute and a half right now, both teams not finding too much of an advantage. The double tap just off. That could have been a beautiful way to start game number 1. Of course, best of 3. Again, we're still just in the 3rd round. That is quite the one-timer for me.
First, it was Anarchy in retreat, and then Divinity instantly recognized, oh boy, I've bitten off more than I can chew, specifically Misty there in the backfield, and they will get punished for it with 1 goal going to Anarchy. And that's just how careful you have to be when you think you have the counterattack secured. Oftentimes, it's not the case, and you give up too easily, bad things start to happen.
You know what? We'll just call it as we see it. Dot.
It's just in a super monotone, robotic voice.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. You can turn it into an ellipses with multiple plays in rapid form. ... Oh, never mind.
Goodness.
Here we go. It is Dot, however, trying to take control here and breach the midfield press.
Well,
and this ball is going to take a casual fly through the air.
Why? Oh, okay. Double the players, double the power, I suppose. There was a bit of a ghost touch there in Anarchy. might be a little bit upset about it, but nothing you should get too worried about. It's back to 0-0, and you took the lead once before. I'm sure they can do it again.
See what we have once again as Impo is going to get this one down. Anarchy are looking very good, as well as Divinity. Both of these teams transitioning well. Just haven't seen as much sustained offense. We've seen a couple of one-offs. And they keep this one here. And judging by the speed of Scully, I think Anarchy are looking to heave control. They get another shot on, and that is a nice touch and a goal for Anarchy.
For a second, I thought you were going to say that was a great goal for Dot. But for real, it really was. Placed behind the defense. Yosh is like, wait, I thought I had more time here. But with phenomenal speed as well, it'll punch it into that upper 90 for that lead that we were just talking about that they could get back.
2 minutes on the board still. Anarchy have wrested a 1-goal lead, and they look to be keeping pretty good control of this ball. I'm noticing the rotation of Anarchy very wide, so Divinity, a couple of midfield passes might do them some good.
It'd certainly be a team to do it. Moving down at the moment, Mello intercepting a pass from Anarchy. How about that? We'll go from the ceiling. Beautiful pre-jump. That's what we were talking about in the last game. Where every time we've told a team to get up in the face, I mean, you just have to be there. You have to be there on the aerials to 50 the ball away and give yourselves a chance at least. But when you've got info in front of you, he'll 50 it through you.
That is an impow right there. Beautiful play through. An empowered ball that will find pay dirt. 2-goal lead now, just under the 90 seconds. And Grant, one of these teams is taking a firm control, almost able to get another one. Mellow Mighty will reach out just in time.
Still enough time to do something for Divinity. Misty could have started there, but Scully has been up and forward when it comes to Anarchy's defense, not allowing Divinity any aerial space or real estate. Imp, though, I'm going to go over Misty, won't get there. 50 to the side, possession still in favor of Divinity. And Springle trying to get there. Scully up, looking backboard, almost got under. Yosh to knock it away, 40 seconds winding. That's a great shot that finds its way on, and Imp will finish their own. That could close it.
Good follow through as well. And you know what? Coffees for closers, I believe, is an old line from a movie that we won't talk about any further than that. But Grant, that was a great closeout of their own touch. Anarchy now with the 3-goal lead, 30 seconds to go. They look all but closed out on this Game 1 performance.
Yeah, Anarchy seem like they are going to keep on going. Where we thought this would be a closer game, it's been a bit of the same story. So is that something where we just say seeding has nothing to do with it? I mean, I would love to say of course not, but there was a team that put some hard work into this, and I'm sure a lot of thought. Scully had enough thought on that shot, and that's not really a great follow-up from Anarchy. They try to make it work for their favor, and I guess it does. They play out the clock. They don't need to score a goal, and they would like to get to the next game as quick as possible so they can hopefully continue their dominance that they've had here. Anarchy look real good either way you look at it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And with that Game 1 win, they get the priority over this team. They can dictate the pace. It's more than just the score on the board that you can dictate with. And Grant, right now, Anarchy are in prime position. We're still in that best of 3 circumstance, so every single goal can be very important for Divinity in game number 2.
There will be. Divinity is now in the shoes of the last team we watched fall to a top 8 team, where they have to find that first goal right out the gates. We saw how well that benefited said team that got 10-0'd. They proved that it was only going to be a 1-goal game. This was a 3-goal deficit. Again, that first goal is your momentum starter, is how I would have to put it. And if you can get set first goal, I mean, start your engines. It's exactly what the players are doing down on the pitch as we are set for game 2 in Manfield.
Game 2 already underway. Divinity likely will want to make a statement here in the first 30 seconds or so. It doesn't have to be a goal. I think it has to be a breach of the offensive zone that lasts for a majority of this opening quadrant of time. And right there, you see that miss. You see the shot. You see them just barely able to keep that one out, so they can breathe a sigh of relief. But again, it's Anarchy who are beating them on the sticks.
Defense of Divinity right now is keeping them alive. They'll have to escape a couple more quick shots. It's Mental walking off that backboard, finds Imp in the background. Down to midfield. Searching center. Oh, that's knocked off of the defending car. Scully making a lot of work, having to dive for that one. Does it again with Mental. Misty is quick on the touch to the backboard. Scully and Imp work together. Won't be able to find an escape quite yet. Misty dunked, and Imp has a beautiful send to the other side. Yosh won't be able to return the favor. In fact, real awkward to get their job done.
We are watching as Anarchy is able to maintain a lot of these possessions, but they're losing out more often than not. Misty will score first blood. It will come off of the back of a brilliant catch, as well as continued control through the midfield. Sustain your pressure, Grant, and you can have goals like that.
Very, very true, but at the same time, if you're Anarchy, you gotta have a bit better of communication, because what we just witnessed there was the front man diving when the back man could have had an easier shot. It was a mechanical mistake, though, that you can't really blame them for. They wanted to go a little bit fancy with it, the freestyles, the air roll right and spin. But that didn't quite benefit them, and it really could benefit them on the other side with this one going in.
A series of unfortunate events. Not really. It was already a weak touch from Misty on the way out. The drop down from the heavens, however, very notable in Anarchy. Maybe a little rotational Anarchy there, but it all works out.
I thought Heaven was in other FPS games, not Rocket League, but I guess they've created their own realm when it comes to offensive scoring. Anarchy finding ways to do it when you just don't expect them to, when it seems unlikely. They've got something up their sleeve. Misty would have loved to have a shot on target there. Mellow Mighty moving around that right side, has to retreat back as the blue team continues their push forward. Yosh stops it, the 50 through Mental. Moving midfield, got bumped, taken out of the equation. Scully quick up, but a little bit rushed. They'll be forced back in their own half where it's still anybody's game. Divinity taking a couple of shots right now, still too slow. They almost find their way through, and they will off of one touch that couldn't block it away.
Power through. The ball is already stalled out, and you see Anarchy in panic end up creating the hole for Misty to push. Divinity at halftime, they have quelled so many questions that I have about what can they do once they get in the offensive zone. They can stay, they can keep, and I think they are not going away too soon.
I wouldn't anticipate it, Kendo. Hold on a second. Leaping stops to be made from Misty and the Divinity squad. That's a massive pinch downfield. Misty's already gearing up for it. Leaves it to Yosh with the shot on. Mental is there to deflect away. We are playing high ball and clear. Not quite dump and chase, and that's some good news. It is dump, though. However, it doesn't fulfill the second half, and with players not going for the ball, you're leaving a lot of forfeited possession into the hands of Anarchy, who can be fierce strikers. And they really need to be in these last 60 seconds, or rather 100 seconds. If they can get through, they won't be able to. They'd be able to find themselves in a tie game pushing for overtime.
Well, there is place for dump and chase. You just have to make sure that you know what you're doing and it's communicated to your teammates, because without the chase, without the successful contention of the ball afterward, it's literally just turnovers, Grant. And right now, I'm seeing occasional turnovers, but I've also seen Divinity take their possessions into a second gear. Yosh, that is a ball down, but it is read well, and that's some positive mental on the defensive end.
These two teams taking multiple trips to the library, figuring out what book they want to check out and read, and they cannot figure out each other. So more studying needing to be done in these final 60 seconds. Mello sends one to the sidewall, where Misty picks it up. On that backboard could be clutch. Yosh making sure that Anarchy can't leave, and it's been the pattern of this game that has led to Divinity doing so well. Some divine attempts, but I'd like to see more power next chance they get. That could push away this game 2 in their favor, but as it stands right now, they can't get out of this corner unless Anarchy do it first.
They're going for these forced 50-50 challenges. It's credit to Divinity for controlling the ball and stalling it out so well. They look for the perfect moment, and Mellow Mighty sends it home.
This is beautiful play. You have one on the backboard. You just got to delay your shot. You're playing ones on the walls. Are you kidding me? That's just how good Divinity has to be Anarchy, and the level of precision and execution that they bring to the table, that might prove themselves to be a worthy opponent of anybody else they move forward in, and a worthy student for any of those coaches watching, those recruiters looking out there in the audience. They have put up some incredible stuff, and the mental fortitude as well to come through onto Anarchy after they do the 4-1 to you, and you nearly do the same to them. Well, they could do exactly the same if they find a way to put this one in. It doesn't look like they're quite ready to give up this ball. How ironic it would be. It could have happened, but it just falls short of their teammate. Divinity will tie up the series, and we've got our first game 3 of the night.
Yes, we do, and 10-3 was the shot count in game number 1. This time around, a lot closer. Divinity were not about taking pure offensive chances, Grant. They were all about grinding out possessions here in game number 2. And it's something that Anarchy are going to have to take note of, because if they don't, Divinity got the one up on them. One of the most underrated mechanics within Rocket League, it goes untalked about, is the art of the pure 50-50. And right there, Divinity put on 50-50 3.0. Never mind.
50.
301.
We'll come back to that one.
Yeah, never mind.
Gracious.
I went,
Yeah,
but it's been a while, Grant, and then one too many knocks to the head, and not being in college to begin with anymore. What was I saying again?
I think you were talking about the 50-50 game where, Kendo, I've got to completely agree with you on that one. I mean, you could say there was 50 on the clock there, but it was 500. We added an extra 0. Anyway, I'm done with that one. We'll just move on from that. Yeah, no, but 50-50.
Whatever my brain has is contagious, Grant, and apparently you caught it there for a second. It's fine. 1 decimal point over, regardless of if it's one or the other. You know, it won't matter.
I wasn't good at that.
We have ourselves our first game 3 of the night, and Anarchy and Divinity. We've seen adjustments. Now it's up to Anarchy. Ball's in their court, quite literally, as they are forced to defend on the goal line. Divinity, the push in goes unrewarded, and look at these long clears Anarchy are resorting to.
Definitely one of their many useful mechanics about the 50s. Yosh pretty much wins one there. It's all about how you can bulldoze yourself through your opponent like Imp does there. Scully racing back, put it through their corner, buy themselves some more time. Now back out to the midfield. Imp is there, sending long down. Mello's got the return. Bump on the own teammate. Anarchy's got to be careful. Got boost to turn this one back in their favor. Mello will chase it back down.
With a minute and a quarter gone by, definitely does not seem to be the same Divinity strategy. At least they haven't been able to actuate it as of yet. Not for lack of trying. There is a big 50-50. Misty will win. Force this back foot defensive play. What a save on the goal line. They're able to keep it out, but they have to do another clear just to get it gone. The quick transition will not pay dividends either. Both of these teams are bent on that final touch.
You'd think with quick reflexes and a quick transition to counterattack, you would think that that's the formula to winning, but Divinity, they also share the same skill set. They've got what it takes to push you back to where you came from. They've already done so in Game 2. They'd love to do it in Game 3. They'll need the first score. Still nobody to open this one up. The Mellow Mighty would love to change it. Scully off that sidewall, looking to go over. And last second change to under, it seemed like. Yosh says it doesn't matter to me. I've got a teammate midfield that I'm going to dime up, but it's off the crossbar. So close. They'll create some destruction on their way out. Chaos ensues, as does the Anarchy offense.
We are just past halftime. It's a wonder to me that neither of these teams have been able to score as of yet, because they are throwing absolute howitzers at each other offensively. These long bombs from Anarchy continue to raise the pace, and then Divinity have not been able to slow the ball down to a retention plan like we saw in game number 2. It is Yosh trying to get the most of that clear out. We'll just be dangling on the goal line. This is not a good spot as they try to misdirect it. It'll be a shot towards the net, but it is a routine save for Yosh, and immediately felded over to the corner by Scully.
Boy, he's not looking too great for Anarchy right now, Kendo. And as I say it, a shot comes through. Scully is doing well at getting in front of the ball when they need to on defense. In those moments where you expect them to not do well, it's exactly when they do. Kind of being unpredictable in their own right. Now finding their teammates and those connections necessary, but it's 70 seconds left to go. Anybody's game, pretty much silver gold territory, if you'd have to look at it that way. Anarchy have not found any reliable sources of offense in these last couple minutes, which leans towards more of a Divinity win unless Anarchy get real clever or get rather quick in these final seconds.
Yeah, very close. Anarchy have no lack of speed, but a large portion of that is with those long clearing touches. They still are struggling to keep additional touches in the offensive zone. It works on those transitions, but if you're not getting the sustained offense outside of that, you find yourself in a very difficult spot. Whereas Divinity, yes, they have struggled to get the ball and keep it in the offensive zone, but the amount of control, the amount of good defensive rotation we've seen exhibited makes me a little less worried about the end result. Here comes Anarchy. One of those fast breaks. Will not be able to get that one towards the net. Mental. Potential play here as this may drop down. Do we have the golden goose? Do we have the golden goose? Not yet. Divinity, keep this one up. We do! It's overtime to decide everything. Golden goal.
Oh boy, the goose that laid the golden egg. Who can it be? Kendo, it is quite a question. It is anybody's game, and whether or not we can tell who it could be, I have no predictions for this one with how even has been, but Scully's got the drop down pass and finds their way through. Anarchy will take the series.
Who else but Scully to crack the Egg McMuffin here for Anarchy 17 seconds in, and it took a quick response when Anarchy once again will take advantage of what they showed to really be their strength, Grant.
Oh yeah, once you crack the egg, it's gotta land in the pan and just start to feel that sizzle, yep. Kendo. Okay. Anarchy, they've got some things going on. Are you getting hungry? Is that just me?
I'm getting hungry over here.
Yeah, could really go for some McDonald's.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how.
Sauce, cheese, pickles on yeah. You know, gotta love the very idea of that. Divinity, 5 shots. They never were about the full-on offense, Grant, and that's something I truly do like about what they saw or what they put forth. You want to have that sort of tenacity, both offensively and defensively. Be a well-balanced team. So we go away. There's no bitter taste in our mouth for Divinity whatsoever. And in fact, it was an unfortunate ending for them after all the effort that they put in. They improved themselves shot after shot.
Yes, they did, and I am very happy with how that game went. Maybe overtime could have gone like a minute at least, but the fact that Anarchy was able to close it out just like that in 17 seconds is just a testament to what they could do as they progress on in the tournament, as will we. Me and Kendo will be right back after this short intermission.
are back, one and all, for even more carry to college action. And if I end up hearing myself, I better press that button really quick. Okay, there we go. I was channeling into my own ears. There are some people who are very guilty of wanting to hear themselves too much.
You don't like that?
You know,
You don't direct monitor?
let's just say I understand some people's complaints. Okay, we'll leave it at that. That being said, complain less, folks. Kendo Slice here alongside Grant, someone to never complain about because he's always got something relevant to say. Grant, we got one more. It's round number 4. Humphrey Dub versus the 445 gang. Again, another best of 3, and it feels bad, man, because I kind of wanted to see a best of 5 here.
Yeah, honestly, I could go for a longer series, but that's not how the action goes here. We like to go boom, 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 on to it, Kendo. And honestly, it's kind of refreshing that we don't have to cover that long of series. We've got just, I mean, potentially 2 more games, 3 more games, who knows? But at least we've got 2 games left to go, and this is a match between the 4th and the 12th seed. And what we've come to realize is that maybe seeding really doesn't matter all that much, because these guys can take it to each other.
Maybe, maybe not, but you definitely have a lot of talent in this pool. And PNDA, wow, that was very close. That was very close, but brilliant defense on the goal line. Humphrey Dove at least eke out a defensive W there in the first 30 seconds.
And it's already making me want to go back to playing Rocket League like I was earlier today with my roommate. We're actually kind of popping 60 plus MMR Pug. Anyway, back to this one though, because these guys are probably much better than me and my roommate. Well, I'll speak for myself. Much better than me and my pesky 1400 MMR. Don't judge me. I haven't played placements. So, Resolve does have this.
There are some things you just don't want to admit over.
Yeah. You know, it's funny.
Okay, they're not here to recruit you, Grant. They're here to recruit
Straight up
the talent on the stream. And right now, good defensive fortitude for both of these teams as Daunt will not be able to get through the onslaught of midfield pressure. 4-4-5 gang are looking like a 4-4-5 zone, despite only being
a
deflection of 12 axles.
Oh, goodness. That was almost incredible of a goal. Look at 4-4-5 gang. Look at the flip resets that they are bringing to the table. It's things that I couldn't do. And by the way, Kendo, I've turned on my rainbow light to cope with this fact that I am so bad at Rocket League, and Daunt's got a beautiful demo prove that, hey, we've got something up our sleeves in the future, and it will be cut off by 445 gang.
The extra pressure, I like the adjustment that we're seeing from Humphrey Dub, that rather than going straight into the defense, they're looking to take things side to side and progress the ball that way. Maybe a Cooks or pinch here in our future. They continue this process. 4-4-5 gang, so good at zoning some of these touches. That could be prospective offense out, making sure that they never see even a speck, a scent of the danger zone.
There is a lot of aerial mechanics that these guys bring to the table. Don't anticipate that to fall up or come up short at any moment. Daunt comes up short for Humphrey Dub. They won't find there first. It was a beautiful opportunity passed by the wayside. People would like to restart, give themselves a second chance. No dunk here. Daunt to stall. Tekos does kind of bail on the play. Now late the challenge almost has the double, and they can't get it done. Peep finally finishes it through.
A little less intricate here on the finish, but it was an intricate offensive progression over the last minute or so that allowed Humphrey Dub to finally get themselves in front of the box. It took 4 separate tries, Grant, for them to finally breach this defense, and I think 4-4-5 gang are going to want that one back very quickly.
Took the words from my mouth, Kendo. They would love to get a goal quickly. And I mean, they have to do it in that manner with 90 seconds to go. They might not even have as much time as they want, but they do get the save needed. Sending it downfield now. Resolve in pursuit. Hard to beat Daunt, though, with their ground mechanics. We haven't talked about that. We talked about the aerial game of 4-4-5 gang. Look at the tongue twisters. But they aren't as good on the ground, so the more Humphrey Dub keep it down low, I think there's going to be a lot more opportunities for scoring, but not quite yet. Pass plays are a strong suit of the gang, and Ian's got a beautiful touch looking for a double, and it's just too far.
The only thing that I think is missing from the ingredients list that we have of 4-4-5 gang, we haven't seen the team aspect of their offense as of yet. It's really good layering of the defensive rotation, but right there where it could have been a shot on net, you saw the third man all the way back in their defensive quarter. That is not the recipe for success, and a pinch of a wrong ingredient can take everything and make it, well, lackluster.
Yeah, not what you want in your salad. PNDH all the way down, finding Daunt in their way. Pass connection missed. Humphrey Dub didn't need that, but 4-4-5, they've got to go down the length of the pitch now. Resolve can't get down to their teammate and is just leaving Ian to do all the work. They've been dunked now with this ball hitting the floor. Humphrey Dub barely scrape away with a game 1 victory.
Really good stuff from Humphrey Dub as they moved that ball out. And this was not an offensive onslaught. This is not one that you write home mom about. Be like, look, I clipped on him. No, this was about grinding out a victory, and there is nothing better than that. Defensive Rocket League is a sight to behold, Grant, and we got a masterclass from both of these teams, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, if we are being honest, there were a lot of good defensive plays, but also offensive plays, Kendo. Again, the flip resets, the aerial mechanics, the pass plays from 4-4-5, it all looked good, but I mean, I as much as I don't want to, we have to put a spotlight on the defense because that, at the end of the day, is what kept the blue side alive in Humphrey Dub. And they'll be looking to do the same thing, although with a bit more offensive production. Otherwise, they could find themselves going to a game 3 because 4-4-5 certainly have what it takes. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, is that the goal? No! So close, and Resolve the 50-50. Almost turned into the sharpest angle we have seen all night. They put themselves out of position after that play to Grant. They are going to pay for it.
Remember when we talked about 50-50s? I mean, first of all, okay, my eyes did deceive me there. Thought there was some 50-50 weird stuff going on here, but either way, it was still a phenomenal play. Basically playing leapfrog over the last defender. And Humphrey Dub, Daunt, wanted to find a second goal. And that's the thing about this Humphrey team is that, I mean, they've somehow got the counter to 4-4-5, and that's the thing is it's always going to be one of those parts where ground play prevails because being in the air takes a lot of boost, and if you can control the boost game and then play your own game, which is ground play, you've got a recipe for success when you're playing a team like 4-4-5.
You do, and with 1 minute gone by, Humphrey could potentially ride that one goal all the way into the sunset, but Tekov's not going to do anything of that nature. The nice follow-up here as the touchdown immediately from the misplay in the corner. We haven't seen too many of those weak touches from 4-4-5 gang, Grant, and in this case, it led to their undoing.
Unfortunately so. Daunt looking for a third. It always seems to be that player leading the charge for Humphrey Dub. That leaves their teammates just doing whatever they need to fill in the gaps. Tough save for the 4-4-5 gang. Because over the top almost finds the doomsy of a ground pinch. Leaves it back for their teammate. Peep in an awkward spot. Does get by them, not Tekos. To the back corner. Ian getting dunked. Ooh, and demoed. Daunt is going to have a target on his back for that one, as 4-4-5 have not found the space they need, so maybe they've got to resort to some physical play style. They're just running real low on boost, and it all could be closing in on a goal. They will come up short for the Humphrey Dub squad.
Whereas the rotation of 4-4-5 was a strength in game one, it's becoming their undoing because Humphrey Dub are finding ways to interweave passes. They are taking the ball side to side, misdirecting, stretching out the rotation, and finally executing one-timer shots in the most important aspects of the pitch. It's so wonderful to see because they are being so meticulous. A lot of teams are guilty of overshooting the ball. This is a team not so much.
Humphrey Dub, they've got a lot going for them. I mean, both of these teams, but 4-4-5, like we're talking about, they just can't get the job done when they need to. And at this point, it is counterattacks. You see the ball go in the air, and 4-4-5, they get shut down with everything that they want to do. And Humphrey Dub just run it back the other way. 3 goals doesn't look too promising for 4-4-5.
That also being said, 4-4-5 found themselves a little bit too far forward. The third position was not in proper third. Runbacks like that should never happen. It's purely a mistake of either an individual or an entire team. A miscommunication in the rotation. So now, this is a tall task. When you consider that the 3 goals is, I'm pretty sure, more shots than what 4-4-5 currently have on net collectively. Oh boy.
Yeah, looking a little rough for 4-4-5. Oh boy, Peep almost found a 4th goal. Would not have shocked me. We've got to turn the tables here at some point. 4-4-5. Tekka's holding on with Peep to this possession. Look at the 50s that they are getting. The small touches they are bringing in the offense to them. Tekka's made that save in the most unlikely of circumstances. Now they've got an opportunity to score big. They send it over the head of Ian and into the net. 2 defenders, both of them missing.
My goodness, the crossbar, the fickle hamburglar for 4-4-5 on the other side, and that ends up being a 2-goal swing despite the time that was given for 4-4-5 to get back. It's tough to overcome. Still 70 seconds left, though. They need a goal, and they need it now if they want to try to execute a comeback. It just does not seem like it is in the game plan or the script. Have we been given the script yet? No. Peep, this is such a well-executed play.
I mean, 3-man passing plays are going to be satisfying any day of the week. The drop from up top, even more pristine from Humphrey Dub. And, I mean, that's going to close it. 3 5s across the board. I mean, unless you're counting the 5 and 4-4-5, in which case you've got 4. Look at that. It's math, not 5 as satisfying as it would have liked to be. But yeah, it looks like this series, the last one for us, Kendo, will be done and dusted with Humphrey Dub leading it. I'd love to see at least 1 goal going for 4-4-5. They've had all this flash, all this mechanics, but is that just what they are? I don't think so. They look like at least a formidable and worthy opponent. They just were not able to produce anything. I'm not sure they scored any goals in this series, Kendo.
You know, we're not going to talk about that right now because I don't want to put this team down. They have shown us some really good defense. That also being said, don't close the book you haven't finished reading yet. There's still 12 seconds and plenty of time for either one of these teams to show us the clip of the night. Give us the Mac Daddy. Give us the gigantic Caesar salad. Instead, we go away with a Humphrey Dub 2-0 in round number 4.
You know, if it was a Caesar salad, you and I have had enough appetizers. That was kind of part of our main course. I think the main course came in the last series with it going all 3 games, and I believe an overtime squeeze in there as well. This last one coming to a rapid close, and so does you and I's night here, Kendo.
Oreo McFlurry or M&M McFlurry?
It depends on the day. Most of the time, I'm going to safely bet on the Oreo McFlurry, but I see the appeal of M&M McFlurry. And now that you pointed out that exists, I might have to go get one after this.
Wrong answer. Hot fudge sundae. Add both toppings. Folks, we've had a wonderful night. It has been a lot of fun to get to have some of these on-set matches for you. A couple of very overwhelmed opponents early on, but we did get to see some very fun talent. And I know with Carry to College, with this recruiting event, knowing that there are hundreds of colleges that are watching right now, potentially looking to recruit, potentially looking to add a young person. Make sure you're getting involved. Stay plugged in.gg. You don't want to miss out. We went over all the rewards as a part of the spin reward program that is opening up. I got to go back here. I got to go back just because it is so big. I mean, just imagine the spin leaderboard, a free land ticket. Do everything you can for the free land. The experience there, completely worth it. Grant, yes, we are done for the night, but we have two more amazing casters coming in. It is Wilson. It is Zombie Xander. Grant, go ahead and close us out. You can close it out on behalf of me as well.
I would be honored to close it out, Kendo, and that's exactly what we're going to do here. Whether it be an Oreo McFlurry, an M&M McFlurry, or you're spinning the wheel for prizes, Kendo and I, we are going to be doing our own thing, and that is saying goodbye to all you lovely folks at home. Special shout out to our producer behind the scenes. Blasky has done a fantastic job, and I'm sure there's a lot more work that they've got to get done. And Stay Plugged In has also been putting on some phenomenal production throughout the night, so stick around, keep watching that one. But as for me and Kendo, we are out. You can follow us at our Twitters, linked down below. And by linked, I mean it's the @ down there. I'm trying to point at it. There it is. But Kendo and I will see you guys hopefully in the near future. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Stay Plugged In Network. This is Carry to College. We've got a bit of a change of the guard here for the rest of the evening. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm the representative here from Stay Plugged In. I'm joined by a very special caster from Shenandoah University, a junior over there, and he's going to be here, co-casting here with me tonight. Wilson, how you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you all so much for having me. And looking at some of these games earlier today, they've been so hype, and it's only going to get more hype, and I really just can't wait for this. So, yeah, I'm excited to see some great games coming out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got the semifinals, the winners bracket finals, the losers bracket finals, and the grand finals moving forward here. And we're going to be your casters for the rest of the evening there. But let's take a look at the event overview so far. We had 60 teams starting out tonight, almost 200 players vying for a $1,000 prize. And we're whittling the field down here in the winners bracket, just 4 left, plenty more left in the losers bracket as they try and claw their way back up to the grand finals. But we'll just have to wait and see how that shakes out. And that's just today. Rocket League today, and then tomorrow we've got Rainbow Six starting at 2 p.m. and on Sunday, Overwatch starting at 2 p.m. So there's plenty of esports left.
Yeah, there really is. And honestly, along the lines today, there's been some unreal upsets. I kind of alluded that it's kind of like March Madness, but with Rocket League, dude, it's crazy.
With 60 teams, it's very close. So the only difference is we didn't have anybody make up brackets beforehand. So, but like you were saying, lots of competition here today, and the prize pool $1,000 per game. So Friday $1,000, Saturday $1,000, and that's broken down. First place getting 600, second place 300, third place 100. So still plenty of teams in the hunt. And if they get knocked out a little bit early, there's still a chance with that losers bracket. But we've got, this is Carry to College. We can go ahead and talk about the games coming up and the bracket coming up, and we can talk about some of the teams still left in this. But we still have, before we get to that, I want to talk about some of the upcoming events, because we talked about it at the top of the show. We had some other spin representatives here discussing that. We had Pathfinder and Tailspin up here. But I just want to rehash that. We have so many esports events, both LANs and online coming up, and I want to make sure you guys are well educated on that, because it's been a while since we touched on it. So, diving right into it real quick, first up, we've got on April 9th and 10th, the Catawba Valley Campus Series. That's going to be in Hickory, North Carolina. A couple different games for that one, Valorant being one of those special ones. We're trying to give them a little bit of love. And then on April 22nd to 24th, we are going all the way up to Foxborough, Massachusetts, right next to Boston. That's going to be the Helix Recruiting Showcase. Really exciting stuff there. But because we feel like we haven't been given Valorant enough love, right around the corner, the same weekend, we've got PAX East Recruiting Showcase. We just announced this, folks. $7,500 on the line, and that number could go up for Valorant. And you could come to the Helix Showcase, compete in Valorant on Friday in that bracket, and then go right on over to PAX and compete there. And that one's going to be just the same. You can leave Helix and go right on up to Boston, 30 minutes up the road, and win even more money if you're good enough and competing well that weekend. That sounds super exciting. And then, very dear to my heart, and of course, Wilson here, the Spinandoah Showcase on May 7th and 8th. Wilson, talk me through this one a little bit. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, it's going to be hosted here in Winchester, Virginia at Shenandoah University. You get to experience basically our facilities that we use here. We have many different games. I believe it was Valorant, League of Legends, Rocket League, and Smash Bros. As well, I believe was that last one.
That's
and
correct.
It's a lot of it's run by the students. Of course, the directors and Spin is also involved, but the students help out. We like to get the word out there to not only us, of course, but to other colleges as well. And it's just a great place for you to showcase your skills for colleges all around, on a college as well.
Absolutely. And we're going to come back around to that and a little bit about your experience at Shenandoah University, because that's also my alma mater from grad school, and I'm very excited to talk a little bit more about their program and programs like it, which is the whole point of this Carry to College showcase, is giving kids opportunities to get into colleges through esports and getting those scholarships and stuff. So I can't wait to wrap back around to that. But we've got plenty of time to discuss those things, because we've got 4 different series, all of the best Rocket League of the event coming up. But if you didn't see quite enough of the games that you wanted to see here, we've got Carry to College number 2, and that's coming up on May 13th to the 15th. There's going to be League of Legends, Call of Duty, Valorant. We're switching it up. We're doing whole new games, and it's going to be whole new different brackets. More kids, more students getting a chance to compete in the games that they love, and getting a chance to get in front of college coaches and really try and find those opportunities moving forward into the next stages of their lives. And that's why I joined Stay Plugged In, and I'm so excited to be able to bring some amazing showcases to these kids. And boy, oh boy, let's not forget about the weeklies. The weeklies are what really wrap all of this together, and here's an awesome graphic of all of that. But the weeklies, Turbo Tuesday, Road to Radiant, Ultimate Thursdays, we've got Rocket League, Valorant, and Smash Brothers, free to enter every single week, $100 on the line. Show up, compete, and it is just an awesome time. I mean, the quality of players showing up week in and week out is absolutely insane. I mean, some of the kids you've seen here, I don't know if you've checked out Water Bottles through the bracket, exclamation point bracket. If you want to check out exactly what's going on, follow in with the whole competition. But Water Bottles, they were a 5-time champion of that event, Turbo Tuesday, and they've been racking up the dollars, just, you know, showing up every week, competing and coming home with the dub. And boy, oh boy, I'm just excited that we're finally getting back around to some of this amazing action. We're still doing test servers here for the semifinals and just really hashing out some wrinkles. But Wilson, I mean, I've just thrown so much at you. Obviously, I know you're pretty familiar with the Stay Plugged In platform, and it's been a great opportunity to be able to be on this end of things. But tell me a little bit about your experience. Have you been a competitor over at Shenandoah University?
Yeah, so I'm not the best. I'll say that. But we have a lot of really good talent here. I played on the CS:GO team that we had. I believe it was last year. So I was the sub for that, and then I, along with one of our professors here and another student, I helped found the Call of Duty team, which is very close to breaking the top 25 in CCL.
They seem
very
pretty
close.
good.
We deserve it, but yeah. So being able to just be involved with that, being able to see those teams grow and grow. I mean, same can be said about our Overwatch team. They used to be about middle of the pack, occasionally one of the better teams, and now we've gotten some other people from other colleges in, and they've really helped inject it. And and also, if you want to learn certain skills, like if you want to learn how to do production, if you want to learn how to do coaching, if you want to learn how to do management, we have classes, we have programs, we have all of that. It's truly a great program to be in. They offer almost everything. It's well-rounded, and it's just you get to also be involved with employment opportunities as well. Like we had a group that was that went down to Raleigh for the HCS, the Halo Championship Series, the first one that they had. And they hit us up and were like, hey, we want some students to help us work this event. And they went down and had a great time. Granted, I was there personally for enjoyment. I believe you were there as well.
I was there competing, so
yeah.
I saw you guys there. It was an awesome time, and it's so cool to see, just really colleges opening up opportunities to work at top level really things and going to some of those top-notch events. But ladies and gentlemen, we're diving into the semifinals. This is exciting. We've got Pre-Jump Esports versus Godus. And boy, oh boy, these guys have taken down some titans, teams I believed that were the shoo-ins to be moving forward into the winners finals, but they now find themselves clawing back through the losers bracket. And well, this should be a battle of titans here, because the couple of players I haven't really seen before and a couple I have, and I'm really excited to really dive into this match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you said, you're probably really familiar with a lot of these people coming to the weeklies you mentioned, but also there's an early double commit off the start there. I think pre-jump was a little lucky that Godus didn't capitalize on that because it was right in front of their net, but right now we see pre-jump doing a great job of trying to apply some pressure.
Oh!
And, ooh, what a goal.
Look at that. Let's take another look. Set losing a little bit of control right next to the goal, and Otis soaring through the sky, taking advantage of that one. Beautiful work.
I just realized that was pre-jump's end that he was dribbling that ball towards. I thought that was the other side. But yeah, like you said, playing with the ball a little too much in front of that goal, just mishandling it, and it ends up in the back of the net. A costly mistake there for pre-jump, but they're going to try and get some pressure with an early bit from kickoff, but Godus dealing with that quite well. Trying to keep the ball in the end of Godus, but they just can't seem to clear it.
Yeah, they're looking to try and apply a bit of pressure here at midfield. Now elevated, Buffy getting a little bit of frustration out with the demo, and that hopefully going to free up a little bit of space so they can push down the field. But just as I say that, back to their corner, a little bit of a mishandle there, but maybe a pass, a leave down to Bor to the corner. Instinct. This is going to be a nice center. Can Set get a hold of it? No. Instinct with the challenge in front of the goal, and that's nice defense to keep this a 1-0 scoreline in favor of Godus.
Yeah, Sketch there had a really good opportunity to try and like hit the end of that, but just barely misplaced it, and those are really shots you need to hit heading into this later stage of the tournament. So we're gonna see if he gets a chance like that yet again. And right now, Godus's defense is looking very strong to start things off, but still plenty of time left in this one.
Oh yeah, and I mean, we're going through 2 minutes here, and Godus really hasn't, they've gotten some opportunities, but they've been well defended by pre-jump. Now pre-jump with an opportunity to take it the whole length of the field, and just before we hit halftime, we're tied at 1. I was about to say, it didn't really feel like Godus was putting a lot of pressure, you know, continually. That it seemed like there was just a bit of a mishandle from pre-jump, so that that allowed Godus to get that early lead. And all of a sudden, pre-jump finally firing back. I figured this would be a pretty even matchup, and if we because we stayed basically through 2 minutes, just a 1 goal on the board, I knew it was going to be pretty close here. And just as that happened, it's all tied up. Now Bora here to midfield. TG getting a cheeky one over the top. Elevated Buffy going to meet that one on the back wall. Instinct with a great center, and Otis with a huge finish.
Yeah, really great capitalization on the mistake of pre-jump. Not quite able to clear it out, and Otis makes them pay with that one. Absolute great shot. But another thing to note is we saw a couple of one-sided games early on here in the tournament, and now that we're down to the nitty-gritty, like you said, the titans of the tournament, we're definitely gonna see a lot closer games come out here. And so this is prime time stuff right here. This is exactly what you want towards the end of the tournament. Right now, Godus trying to advance in this with a shot on goal, not quite able to be put in there, and now counterattack begins for Godus.
And I just want to mention, if you guys are interested in watching the other semifinal match, not that you don't love us, but if you want to watch the other semifinal match, just get keyed in on what's happening on the other side of the bracket. Make sure you check out twitch.tv/SpinZoneTV, and that one's going to have a uncasted version of the other side of the bracket, but nevertheless, get to see all the action as we're trying to bring as much of it to you as possible. And while I'm giving that little blurb, Godus making it a 3-1 scoreline here, just 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, it never fails. As soon as you try and go and do something, the other teams have to find something to do. But Godus with a great offensive display there, just keeping so much pressure in the end of pre-jump, and there's not really much they can do about it. I mean, okay, as I say that, they score a long-range goal, but okay.
A freebie across the way, Bora!
As I say that, they do exactly what they need to do. Looks like Godus caught up a little too far there, and the ball just soars just above the head of the person at midfield. And now, pre-jump saying, hey, we're not out of this yet. You may have been 2 up, but now it's just 1.
I mean, that is just a solid touch right in front of your goal. You recognize the defense is way too pushed up. They're getting a little too comfy with that 3-1 scoreline, and you punish them for it. CG back to stop the equalizer there, almost making it 3-3. Just a minute left to go in this one. This one's going over to the orange corner, set a touch, Instinct back to the corner, challenged by Elevated. And this one's going to go back and forth as finally Otis putting it out in front of the goal, but a nice pop pinch there from Set to put it out to midfield. And a good touch from Bora. Can Otis get back? Yes, just in time. And now the transition from Pre-Jump Esports trying to make it happen with just 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, great center there. Ball still floating in front. However, no one's going to quite be able to do anything with it. Another thing to note is, I believe most of the tournament games up until now were best of 3. These ones are best of 5. So we have even more of a chance for teams to really formulate strategies. Ball's going to go across. What a stop by Gotis, keeping it alive with 6 seconds left. They need to get this ball on the ground, and they do. Gotis will take game number 1 in this best of 5 series. But like you said, that was just so back and forth.
Oh, absolutely. And you take a look at some of these shots. Pre-Jump Esports absolutely putting the pressure on. 9 shots on goal to just the 6 of Gotis. So they're clearly in the hunt for something special here. They're able to put the pressure on, but not quite able to get enough through the defense to make that happen. And Gotis is going to walk away with the first win of the series. Tell me a little bit about momentum moving forward. We know you just said it was a best of 5 here, but how important is it to get that first win under your belt, especially when you're nearing the end of the bracket, the competition is tightening up, and you're really just trying to feel out your opponents that first couple of minutes of the first game?
Yeah, it's honestly, in my opinion, it's one of the most driving forces in esports. You know, a lot of people talk about the skill level, but, you know, people don't really think that there's a mental aspect as well to esports. And, you know, a best of 5 series has that potential because let's say you go up 2-0, but then you drop that next game, you know, momentum starts to shift against you, and that could be a bad thing. But enough about the momentum. We're going to see who has the momentum here in game number 2. We're going to see early pressure in the end of pre-jump. Gotis trying to do something with that.
Yeah, early pressure coming out of Gotis, and really similar to game number 1 as they put the pressure down. This one might waterfall down in front of it, but no. The defense collapsing on and trying to clear that ball out well enough. CG going to pop this one onto the wall. Maybe collecting there from the mid, and Elevated Buffy going to be there. Transitioning this one across the way. And now a great center, but Bora not able to get that one into the dunk. And this one gonna go well back. They're trying to score the first goal. Both teams at it either way. And now the defense of Pre-Jump Esports needing to step up. But look at this transition here. That's gonna be the first goal of the game. Elevated Buffy taking that one coast to coast off the back wall. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, I had something prepared talking about the teamwork that I've seen from Pre-Jump off the rip here, but they just took it the whole way, the whole length of the field. As you said, coast to coast, a little bit of basketball terminology there. Looks like that's going to be a recurring segment as we are in March. But yeah, a great counterattack. That is picture-perfect counterattack play there from Pre-Jump. Recognize that Gotis is going to pressure them a lot, just like they did in the last game. So they need to try and have a strategy behind it for that counterattack ball. We see a double commit there. Thankfully, nothing is going to come out of it for Gotis.
It might, though.
It might. Ooh, great stop there. Elevated Buffy there yet again. But pressure is going to continue.
Yeah, I don't mind so much the double commit going up for it in the block, but when both of you follow up that aggression, pushing it down the field, and you get a single pop over both of your heads and now there's a wide open goal, that's when you start getting yourself into trouble. So if you both go up for the ball just to ensure that high shot doesn't go in, I'm not so worried about that. If you leave someone behind sitting back and the other one's putting that pressure of the ball down the field, and you can leave that third man behind to really make sure you've got that defensive presence moving through the transition to offense, and then he can push up if needed but they seem unfazed so far. Still with the 1-goal lead, but it might not be. Oh my goodness, elevated Buffy with the save. And now passing this one all the way down to Setch. And that's a great shot on goal. It's gonna bounce lazily in as Bora with the 2nd goal of the game for Pre-Jump Esports. And they're looking to tie this series up and get serious.
Yeah, looks like Pre-Jump's trying to reclaim that motivation that they had kind of get away from them from that first one. I mean, what a shot that is. I didn't see that coming out of there from Bora, but, you know, there's a reason why we're at the tail end. And what a save! Sketch is going to absolutely deny a goal from Godus. That was the chance for Godus to get back in it. And Sketch says, not today, not in my house. Still 2-0 Pre-Jump.
Oh boy, but now you start to see Godus getting a little bit desperate here. Now Bora stealing this one away, the flip reset. Oh, but pops it a little bit too high. Any help from the offense there? No, now they've got to get back. Elevated Buffy racing back. A nice pass, back pass from Setch there. And this one gonna be stolen away here at midfield. Instinct trying to put a little bit of razzle-dazzle on that ball, making sure the defense doesn't know what's going on. But this one, a pinch there going all the way through and a 3-0 lead for Pre-Jump Esports. Oh, wasn't even a pinch. It just kind of looked like it there in the moment. And that's just a nice touch, a nice leave for his teammate there to clean that one up. And from midfield, that's a nice long shot and a little bit of lacking in defense from Godus here in game number 2 as they're looking to find a little bit of offense. Now CG, just as I say it, getting just that instinct off this corner wall here, and what a center.
Yeah, really a great pass there, and that's exactly what Godus needs. They need a little shot in the arm to get things going here. Defensive rotations have not been the best. You mentioned earlier, they seem a little bit desperate trying to get these goals back for them. CG with another shot. Elevated Buffy there is to save it yet again. And Bora centers it for Pre-Jump. And what a save by Otis that is, coming from out of nowhere. And now the counterattack gets stopped, thankfully, by Pre-Jump. This is just back and forth right now. Godus realizing still plenty of time to get things done, though. And now we're going to see if Godus can hopefully get a goal back here.
While we're waiting to see exactly what's going to happen here in the final minute of this game, I want to go back to that opening kickoff play real quick. That was CG getting the nice steal off of the kickoff and then guiding that ball for the most part, and then at the last second opting to play the demo over the ball, and unfortunately I think bumped it on the last second, but playing the man and not the ball there in that instance was absolutely the right call, because it would have freed up the goal, absolutely, and unfortunately not going to sink that one in. Just 30 seconds left to go, and Instinct with the shot, but Elevated Buffy going to clear that one out. Now Bora to the side wall, a 3-1 lead in favor of Pre-Jump Esports, and it's looking like they're going to be taking game number 2 and tying this series up here in the semifinals. And this is a nice response. This is exactly what you want to see from a team.
Ooh,
I know, all right, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself.
You were. Maybe. I almost said something to stop
we may be one kickoff goal away from overtime. It is a small chance, but it is not a no chance.
We've seen it happen before on even the biggest stages. If you remember this is the classic, this is Rocket League. And ball's gonna get popped up in the air. This is doable if you're Godus. Never mind.
Oh.
Never mind. I just cast and cursed that. And
hey, you always gotta keep the idea alive. That's what I've learned. And with Godus scoring with 2 seconds left on the board, it was possible.
Yeah.
You get down to 0 seconds, it's possible. You can keep that ball up long enough to tie it up and send it to overtime. But it wasn't to be this time around. We are all tied up 1-1. What a response from Pre-Jump Esports. Yeah. Still putting the pressure on, but honestly, Godus, 13 shots on goal in game number 2, but Pre-Jump Esports defense standing strong. What do you got to say about that?
Yeah, like you said, their defense was incredible. I mean, for 13 shots to only allow 2 goals, I mean, that's a really good percentage to have. I don't know quite the math off the top of my head, but also their counterattack play was so good, and it caught them out and caught Godus out so often and allowed them to get the 3 goals. But speaking of 3, we're heading into game number 3 here. And Instinct is going to start things off fast. Oh my goodness, I wasn't ready for that one.
No, I mean, Godus obviously letting out a little bit of frustration here, getting that early goal just 11 seconds into game number 3, finally back in the lead. And you talking about, I love that you mentioned the kind of the transitions, the coast-to-coast sort of situations, and it was one of the players from Pre-Jump Esports off that back wall, riding the ball clear across the pitch and taking down one of those goals, and it was a 1-goal differential to win that game, so it really was the difference in that game. Obviously the defense was a big difference, but strictly speaking, purely goal sense, you know, going coast to coast in those transitions, catching Godus off guard was the key.
Yeah, that is honestly one of the few things you can do when you're being pressured into your end so often is just be patient. Wait for that counter-attacking opportunity. I mean, we see it in this, which is car soccer, but also happens in real soccer as well. That's pretty common tactic. So it's good to see that be applied in the sports and esports world. But yeah, that's really all you can do. You have to pick your timing and pick when you're gonna do it. Demos also help out, but right now a little bit of rare pressure from Pre-Jump in the end of Godus. We'll see how Godus defends this. They almost don't. And, ooh, great save there by CG.
Wow, what a play right there indeed. I mean, the defense holding strong as they continue here now, a minute and a half into game number 3, all tied up. Getting that early goal is everything, and getting the second goal even more so. Godus here, now a 2-0 lead, moving nearly to halftime of game number 3. And this is the strike back. If they're just gonna trade games and we go to game 5 every time, I'm cool with that. That is some amazing Rocket League, and I love to build storylines. So give me all the game 5s. Come.
Yeah, I don't think the players will feel the same way as you do, though. I mean, game 5s are stressful, man. I can speak from experience. They are stressful indeed. But on that last goal, it looked like Godus took a little bit of a page out of Pre-Jumps. Meanwhile, ball's flew there. No one's going to be able to capitalize on it, though. But yeah, they took a page out of Pre-Jump and did a little bit of counterattack when Pre-Jump had them backed into a corner, it seemed, and then they just caught them out of defensive rotation and scored a goal off of it.
Well, I'll tell you, it may be stressful for the players, but it's oh so educational to all the coaches watching here on the stream, because if a team just won this whole tournament easy breezy 10-0s every single game, sure, you'd want to sign that team, but you also want to see all the teams along the way grinding it out. If they all go to game 5s, you get to see how these players perform under pressure. They're not always going to have easy breezy games as they elevate their gameplay, face stronger competition, get into the next levels of competition, which is what this is all about, transitioning from high school to college, or if you're a transfer from college to college. And that, I mean, it's all about just trying to find the right home for you through esports, and that's what I love about this, and that's what we're trying to build here. And I hope that we get to see some pressure on some of these players, because that's where diamonds are made.
Yep, diamonds in the rough is the term I believe you're trying to make there. And while you were talking, CJ had a great shot on net, but just wide, and we see a beautiful pitch. That's gonna be just fine. I thought that was gonna be in for a second, but ball is still in the end of Pre-Jump, and Godus unable to capitalize there. I thought that pitch was going to go in.
And this is one of those situations where Pre-Jump Esports, now they've got to be, they're a little bit on the back foot, but how they can perform in the final minute of this game, if they can score a goal, if they can strike back, if they can keep it close. Match here, making it a 1-goal game, just a minute and 11 seconds on the board. And that's what you need to ignite your team, to bring them a fire, get them back into the match, into the game. I mean, they're tied at 1, so whoever wins this next game, now all of a sudden, they're the team that's got that match point, and they both desperately want that match point. I don't think that Pre-Jump Esports is going quietly into the night on this game. Now they're only within 1 goal, 60 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, that was a great play by Sketch on that last goal to follow up the follow-up. Normally, that might cost you if you missed it, but it worked out in the favor. Pre-jump able to capitalize off that. And now, momentum swinging in the end of pre-jump. You know, we talked about momentum earlier. Fickle that can be. And right now, it is completely in the favor of pre-jump as we see some pressure going out here. Ball just going to go wide. That was such a close opportunity there. And now, you have to be careful if your pre-jump not overextend, though, as we've seen several times in this series.
You may not want to overextend, but you also want to keep the pressure on. Setch sneaking one by the defense. I think all three were in the way, but he found a path. Look at this center from elevated Buffy, and Setch and Otis, Otis and Instinct not able to get the save. We've got a tie ball game. Wow. 18 seconds left in game number 3. Now, you can't win the series here, but you can certainly find a supreme advantage if you're able to take home the win. Elevated Buffy riding this one through, and they've scored 2 goals in 9 seconds.
I'm speechless right now. 2 goals unanswered in, as you said, 9 seconds is absolutely unreal. Elevated Buffy, that's the second time he's done that. He's picked it up from his end and taken it to the other all by himself, gotten the goal, found the hole in the defense of Godus. And right now, Godus not in the best positions. Ooh! And right as I was about to say something, they just had to go prove me wrong. Pre-jump esports is going to take that, go up 2-1. What a game 3. You could have asked for a better game 3 than that.
I can't even believe what I just watched. That was absolutely insane. Ice in the veins, ladies and gentlemen. Pre-jump esports. Oh my goodness. That was unbelievable comeback potential that they had. They stuck with it. They were down 2-0, and then they scored 3 consecutive goals to get back in the game, and now they're at match point to go to the winners finals. Unbelievable job there to just, one, strike that first time and then ride and find a goal in that to take the lead. I mean, they weren't gonna settle for overtime. They were absolutely going to take that if they could, and they did.
Yeah, they said we want to have the advantage heading into potentially what could be the last one, but like you said, you want that game 5. So it'll be interesting to see how Godus comes out here if they continue their aggressive approach. And right now, it looks like Elevated Buffy. He's just done it again. That's the 3rd time he's just taking it from coast to coast.
Elevated Buffy. If you are at college looking for a absolutely dynamite player, Elevated Buffy is one that you should be looking at. Getting an account on staypluggedin.gg and messaging immediately, because this guy is absolutely cracked. Unbelievable stuff. And I mean, I think they've just gotten in the heads of Godus at this point. Now they're trying to put something together, but you basically broke the camel's back with back-to-back goals in game number 3 and then immediately scoring. So they've now scored 4 consecutive goals, and I think Godus may be wondering if they can even score a goal ever again.
Yeah, Godus looks kind of a step slow and still maybe in shock after what they've seen. Pre-jump has been able to dissect their defense time and time again, as well as their offense. I mean, Pre-jump right now looking absolutely unstoppable as we are in a 4th game, and if they're not careful, this might be their last.
Absolutely here, and it very well could be. There is always the losers bracket. They have had the luxury of making it this far, the talent to make it this far through the winners bracket, but there's always the losers bracket that they can fight back through. And that in itself is a gauntlet, a series of best of ones, basically all the way up until the semifinals of the losers bracket. And then it becomes a best of 5 after that. And it's just, you just have to grind and get through. And this team seems to have the talent across the board to make it happen. But Pre-jump Esports has just had their number so far. They have lost a game, but up 2-1, now up 1-0 in match point situation. Instinct looking to steal this ball away from Buffy, and maybe, an opportunity from CG, but not there in time. The defense from Pre-jump just swarming on that one.
Yeah, and honestly, Well, I know I sound like a broken record right now.
That's all right. Me
now,
too.
but the momentum right now is completely in favor of pre-jump getting that first goal of this game, winning 2 in a row, and Godis has that little thing in the back of their mind saying this might be it for us in the winners bracket, and Bora reinforcing that with a great goal out of the corner, and Godis just again caught out of defensive rotation, and pre-jump is making them pay.
I almost was about to play devil's advocate in saying that it was still a 1-0 game. Yes, it maybe seemed like they had all the momentum, but still a 1-0 game, and so Godis maybe started to put some things together. But maybe we might see something here from Otis as he tries to transition, but elevated Buffy, a superstar so far, shutting that transition down. A pass over to Bora. This one's going to be centered. Otis may be able to get up for it, but going to be out of boost here and fall just effortlessly down to the ground. Now elevated Buffy going to be challenged by CG there in midfield to the corner. Setch. Oh, getting bumped away. Otis trying to save that one and get that one through. But again, CG stepping up, and elevated Buffy. Can he do it again? Yes! Elevated Buffy with yet another. Ride it on into the goal.
I mean,
that is such high-level Rocket League.
How he just carried that ball into the back of the net. I mean, he's
just placing it into the goal.
It's like he just walked over and just placed it there and walked away with like explosions going on around him. You know the saying, guys don't like explosions. Right now, he is the cool guy in this scenario.
He's the coolest. The coolest guy on the pitch at the moment. Absolutely carrying. Setch, absolutely no slouch. Bora putting this one to the center. They're maybe giving one away, but no, Setch with an insane. That ball was halfway across the goal line. Now elevated Buffy with a nice save. They are not going to let Godis back into this match if they have anything to say about it. Now, back over to Setch. Challenge there, getting bumped around a little bit, but maybe gonna get a pinch over the defense. CG now Instinct needing to get back. A little bit crazy of back and forth that we have here. Elevated Buffy to the midfield, getting stolen away by Otis. A good center there by CG, trying to drop that one down for one of his teammates. Setch not having any of it. And this one's an opportunity here. Is Instinct gonna send this one through? Now just a 2-goal deficit with 38 seconds left on the clock. If Godis is able to pre-jump esports, then this could be a completely different matchup, and we might be going to game 5, but we've got 38 seconds to find out if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky scenario. Only 35 seconds left on the clock, but it just gets evened up like that. Well, not evened up. 1-goal deficit.
Oh
CG
my
saying,
goodness.
Just watch this. You know, you're trying to write us off early here, but as we should have learned from the last game, it's not over until it's over. And CG proving us wrong once more, and maybe another kickoff goal, but Demo does come out there, and it looks like pre-jump will start off with some early pressure. Sketch trying to do his best elevated Buffy impression. Unfortunately, doesn't work out there.
And this is really all about wasting time for pre-jump. You don't need to win by a lot of points, you just got to win by 1. And they know that. They took advantage of that early here off the kickoff, and basically putting this ball constantly on the opponent's side of the field. Now Otis with a shot, but Bora back for it, and that might be the game-saving save, as that one's going to hit the ground, and pre-jump are going to take this one in the semifinals against Godis. Godis going to move down to the losers bracket, and pre-jump esports, they're going to move on to face up against Humphrey Dub in the winners finals. Sure to be a great one, as the only two teams left standing here in the winner's side of the bracket. The winner will then advance to the grand finals with a 1-game advantage, waiting to receive whoever will make it back up through the loser's side of the bracket. And this will be interesting to see, because I mean, the way pre-jump just performed, outstanding. However, Humphrey Dub, they beat my personal pick to win the tournament. Water bottles.
Yeah.
I mean, that team is a team that's won 5 of our Turbo Tuesdays. I think they've only competed in 7 of them. I think their win percentage is pretty solid for those weeklies. And they've been playing really, really well. But Humphrey Dubs stepping up and 3-0ing them in the semifinals on the other side. I'm sure if you guys were checking that one out over at Spin Zone TV, that's a good one to watch. But we're going to take a little bit of a break here while we get this next match set up. And it's going to be the winners bracket finals when we come back. Stay tuned. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Carry to College. I'm Zombie Xander. I'm here with Wilson, and we are moving into the winners bracket finals. We just saw Pre-Jump Esports take down Godus, but somebody we haven't really been able to spotlight yet, Humphrey Dub, the other team in the winners bracket finals. And this is sure to be, we were talking about a Clash of Titans. This is definitely going to be one of those.
Yeah, I mean, when you get towards the end of the winners bracket in any tournament, you're getting down to some of the best teams. So for them to come out and be here in this final, it's gonna be absolutely for how good the game was in the last one. I feel like this one's gonna be even better. We might see the game 5 you were talking about last time. We might see that here, but here we go, folks, into game number 1. See who comes out on top.
That's right. This is the winners bracket finals of the Rocket League portion here in Carry to College. Of course, if you're just joining us here late in this bracket, this is an online event, a free to enter event with $1,000 on the line for all 3 games across 3 days. Rocket League on Friday. We've got Rainbow Six Siege on Saturday, and we've got Overwatch on Sunday. And of course, I go into a little blurb. We talked about this. And already Daunt with the first goal of the game, and Humphrey Dub going up early.
It happens every time, I'm telling you. So you gotta do it in between goals. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. But
I can try. Can I start now? Oh, maybe not.
yeah. See, right as you suggested starting, there was another shot on the goal, but a great save there from Pre-Jump. Down a little early. See how they regained from that. There you go, Scruggs. There's your regain.
Oh boy.
That he loves.
That is an inside joke between him and his esports professor there at Shenandoah University.
Yep. Gotta always do that. But right now, we're seeing a similar scenario to the last game, and a similar situation. Humphrey Dub up 2-0. Early pressure on the Pre-Jump. Pre-Jump looking a little scared by it. Honestly, it looks like they're in a little bit of shock. But I don't think they should be, based off of the last game they just came from, where it was just endless pressure the whole.
And I gotta say, the name Humphrey Dub a little bit unfamiliar to me, but the name Takaz absolutely not unfamiliar. Absolutely someone that's been sticking around in the Stay Plugged In network, playing a bunch of events across the years here, and plenty of showcases to their name. And now stepping up here in Carry to College. And already, I mean, these two teams, we are now in the money. The loser of this game going away with at least, I believe, $100. And the winner moving into the grand finals and going to be looking at least $300. So this is an exciting opportunity for these guys. They're all feeling pretty good. But I think at this point, one team's feeling a little bit better than the other. Humphrey Dub up 2-0, just 3 minutes left in game number 1. And it's always feeling out the other team a little bit. Maybe you're watching a little bit of the stream, maybe you're, just kind of, some of the players, you've scrimmed with them a little bit. Game number 1's always about feeling it out a little bit, and it always feels good to go up 2-0, 3-0.
Yeah, a great goal. And there's that guy you said again, Tekaz. Great goal there to follow up from his teammate. Just a little too high on that shot. And truly just a great finish all around. And right now, Humphrey Dub absolutely running away with it, but still plenty of time left.
Yeah, as I said, 3-0 against the Water Bottles in the other semifinals match. And Water Bottles, due to their performance in our weeklies, the overall #1 seed. And they just got stunned by this squad, Humphrey Dub. And now they have not slowed down one bit. Peep trying to center that one, drop it right in front of the goal. And Demo going down, keeping the finish from going through. And this has really been super one-sided here in game number 1. Hopefully Pre-Jump Esports able to really stand their ground and start to settle down, watching what got them here. Maybe elevated Buffy getting one of these long shots. But Tekaz on the defense, able to really just be patient and be in the right place at the right time. And that is exactly what makes great teams greater. Bora going down, or taking down Daunt. And if you can't beat a good team, sometimes you just got to blow them up.
Yeah, I like that strategy personally, but again, that is why I am here talking and not playing.
Same.
Yep, yeah. But no, it's been so one-sided. You know, it's rare to we've rarely seen a shot. Okay. Again, right as I was about to say something, I was about to say we've rarely seen any shots on the side of pre-jump, and right as I'm about to say that, who else but Elevated Buffy to prove me wrong?
Look at that aerial redirect control, able to get the car off to the right side and make sure he's lined up perfectly with the ball to get that double tap off the crossbar. And what a play. You need a couple more of those if you want to get back into this game. Down 2 here with just 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go, but you get one, you start to feel like maybe there's a crack in the armor. Maybe there's an opportunity here to start striking some more. And even if Tekaz here takes the opportunity to strike all the way through, if you end up game number 1 finishing with 0 goals on the board, then you can really start to lose a lot of hope. But the fact that Elevated Buffy got one on the board, it can really do some great stuff for your morale moving forward into game number 2, game number 3. I mean, this is a best of 5 series. You take one game off of Humphrey Dub, you come back and you stand tall with that ice in your veins, and you're able to take maybe game number 1, maybe game number 2 off of them. Yeah, sure, these big blowout wins, they happen. They happen across the board, even at the very top level of Rocket League. And then the next game can be nice and close and really even out, and all of a sudden, you start to figure out exactly what that winning team is starting to do, and you can make that comeback. So I do not count Pre-Jump Esports out of this whatsoever. But boy, oh boy, what an opening from Peep there with 45 seconds left to go, trying to ride that one off the side wall. And it is a very dominant performance here from Humphrey Dub as they continue to lay the goals down, now 5-1.
Yeah, it definitely, and kind of like you said, you know, there's a reason why there's 3 other games in the series, but we also saw a similar scenario in the last series as well. Pre-jump started off a little slow, started off getting absolutely dominated, but an Elevated Buffy, as soon as I go to bring into another point, thanks a lot. Great goal though, and once again, just snatching the ball out of the air, just placing it in the back of the net, just like he's done time in and time out from what we've seen. But yeah, we saw Pre-Jump go down a lot early on, and then they ended up winning 3 in a row and took the series. So yeah, do not count them out, as Xander said.
Absolutely, and of course the winner of this game move on to the grand finals. The loser is going to go down to the losers bracket and face off against the winner of Chalk It Up versus 445 Gang. Seen them across the board here, be it on Spin Zone TV or this main network. And they're both obviously one of the last 4 teams, 2 of the last 4 teams in the tournament. So certainly no slouches, and it really can start to wear at you going through the gauntlet of the best of ones. Finally, now they're in a setting where they're best of 3 down in the losers bracket, but there was 8 straight rounds of best of ones that if you went down there early, all of a sudden you find yourself in a situation where you've got to meet a new team, feel them out, and beat them in a single game, and it can grind up some of the best teams in the game. And these 2 have made it through. And Humphrey Dub taking game number 1, 5-2. With 12 shots on goal to the 3 shots of goal from Pre-Jump. That's insane domination from that squad. And boy, oh boy, they couldn't miss, really. I mean, they're bringing it to the house every single time. And the shining light, as we talked about, the coast to coast, the sailing it from far away and really just placing it into the goal. That's right. Aye, Captain.
Yeah, exactly. No, Elevated Buffy getting a couple goals back and really showed that they still have that counterattack ability that they showed in that first series. So maybe we see a little more of that. You know, they said, hey, we're down early. We know that this one might be chalked up, but let's start prepping for this next one. Let's see what strategies we can formulate that will really work and help us go forward. And we saw them pick it up towards the end. So maybe they worked out the formula that they were unable to solve at the beginning.
And that's a little bit of that mentality, you know, when you start to lose a game big, then you start to let go of that game necessarily, maybe trying to put together some good mechanics and good teamwork and good call outs that you can transition to future games. But you start to let go of that emotionally and you start to move forward and look forward to the next matchup, knowing that you've got potentially 4 more games, or at the very least 3 more games to try and win every single one of them and push forward and beat this absolutely dominating team so far. I mean, Pre-Jump Esports by no means out of it. They've got to elevate their defense a little bit. They can't let Humphrey Dub get those transition goals that they've been really, honestly, been nearly perfect on. Getting 12 shots on goal in a single game, especially in the first game that you've met. And that just really shows to me that Humphrey Dub stepping up and the teamwork, the passing, the communication, they've really just came in firing on all cylinders. And they're really looking to not have to deal with the lower side of the bracket whatsoever. They want to go to the grand finals. They want that 1 game advantage. And then they'll say, all right, we'll see you later, Pre-Jump Esports. We'll deal with you guys if you want to make it back up there. But we're definitely gonna be seeing you in the grand finals with that 1 game advantage. But I get ahead of myself. Of course, they're only up 1 game here in the winners finals. Pre-Jump, as I've said, needing to really just kick it up a notch in order to really hang with the level of the speed at which Humphrey Dub is playing at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely is something to adjust to, and you need to make sure the last thing you'd want to be doing in this scenario is overcommit people to defense, because then, like you said, you get no chances for attack. I mean, we only saw 3 shots from them. I think they were still trying to process what really went into that. So it's kind of a tricky scenario to be in, because you also at the same time, you want to be able to counterattack, but at the same time, you don't want to overextend for that, because while the attack was really good, the defense was also very good on the side of Humphrey. So it's definitely a tricky scenario to be in. But we'll see. Like, we'll just see what they do heading into the second game here soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, clearly we're just rebuilding the lobby real quick. There's a slight error in the connectivity for all 6 players. And not all 6 players disconnected, but there were some connectivity issues. Yes, in general, I'm just gonna say that.
There you go.
But yeah, well, we've got a minute to talk about some of the other things. Obviously, we can just step away from the gameplay for just a moment while we rebuild the lobby. I want to dive right back into a little bit about your experience at Shenandoah University and what it was like to. This is a question because this is actually. I mean, it's an opportunity for kids to find a college that's right for them, to possibly find, and connect with college recruiters, to maybe even find a scholarship in it for them through gameplay, through any of the number of things we talked about before, be it in the industry, be it graphic design, video editing, broadcasting, even on-camera talent like yourself and myself. There's a lot of avenues through esports, but I don't know exactly your story trying to find a college and necessarily how you may have wound up at Shenandoah University, but I know that because you are a junior at the time, Stay Plugged In, still a very young company, you didn't have a resource like that. And what was your experience finding Shenandoah University without something like Stay Plugged In?
Yeah, so it was kind of a different scenario than your average esports story. I wasn't, I loved video games growing up. I mean, who doesn't? I mean, video games are great, but I was never good enough really to be on a team for anything. So I kind of just wound up at Shenandoah University. I started off as a exercise science major. I got into the fast track program here for athletic training, and there's a new school. I hardly knew anyone. There's one person I did know here, though, and that was my friend Josh, who lived in the same neighborhood as me, went to high school together. And he's like, "Yeah, man, I'm doing esports, blah blah blah." And I was like, "Oh, I can't find a work study, blah blah blah." He's like, "You should message this guy. You have Discord, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I have Discord." He's like, "Message this guy to get a work study with our esports program. You just check people in at the arena," which at the time wasn't even there at the time. We were still operating out of the basement of our health and life science building. So that was an interesting experience. But yeah, I started there, and then I just kind of got more and more involved. I went from arena management to playing on some of the teams, and then from there, I was like, I really want to try and cast. We're gonna be losing Xander here, so maybe someone's gonna attempt to fill the shoes. I don't know how well it's gone, but yeah, no, my path is not the traditional one, but had I had someone like Stay Plugged In, I think I would have realized a lot sooner. And then, like, I believe last year I officially made the switch from exercise science to esports event management as a major. So yeah, it's like I said, it's an unconventional one, but esports has a place for everyone. And honestly, a couple of people that do exercise science also find themselves in well, because there's so many different avenues. Like you said, there's graphic design, production, playing, tournament organizing, casting, like we are here, stuff like that, recruiting. And there's a lot, and it's growing fast. So we're trying to get people find what they want to do in that space and help get them ready for that and moving on to the next part. So.
Yeah, I mean that's awesome to hear. I know that I had a not so great time trying to find the right college for me. Of course, I'm a little bit old, and there wasn't even esports opportunities at colleges at my age when I was in college. I don't even want to tell you when I went to college because that just kind of it doesn't work out. But there weren't esports in college at my time, just purely at a club level basis.
Yeah.
So there weren't colleges recruiting for this sort of thing. And that's what really drew me to this company, and what really drew me into this role was giving back the opportunity that I was never able to have, was never able to I just so sorely wanted something that somebody like you has the opportunity for, and I want to keep giving that to the future generations. And that's why I love this so much. And you guys just have to sit here and listen to me while I talk about esports. And we are diving right back into game number 2. There's not even going to be any sort of thanks production. All right, we're going back in. We've got Humphrey Dub. They are up, I believe, is it 2-0? It's 1-0.
No, it's 2-0. They played a match while we were away with some issues. So Humphrey Dub took that match, and now it is 2-0. So now completely changes the narrative that we had last time, and pre-jump trying to bring this one back down 2-0, and that's not an easy feat to accomplish.
Wow. That definitely changes the narrative a little bit,
completely.
Knowing that Humphrey Dub up 2-0. Pre-jump esports needing the 3 straight, the repeat, but Setch, maybe a little bit of life in this squad. Just a minute into this game now with the lead. And I can't tell you how game number 1 went. Apparently we were watching game number 2. And all of a sudden, pre-jump may be finding a little bit of life here, but they have to be perfect through 3 to make it through to the grand finals in this series. But that is a great start. As we know, they don't want to overcommit on offense. And we said they only need to win by 1, but the offense from Humphrey Dub so potent that you cannot make a mistake. And what a flick from Elevated Buffy, that was insane.
I didn't think he could score from there, so I just played it off. But as I should know, based on what every time I've gone to try and say something or thought something, he's just proven me wrong each time. So I really need to just stop and just think as soon as he touches the ball, there's a chance that he can score. And honestly, the way he's played, he might as well have that thought as well. In meantime, great shot on net there by Humphrey, but even better defense there by pre-jump, and now possibly a chance to counterattack, but quickly stopped there. And honestly, right now not right now, but getting that reverse sweep is a big mountain to climb, and that's a big opportunity missed there by pre-jump. A rare shot, and Humphrey makes him pay. But yeah, reverse sweep is such a hard thing to do, but we've seen it happen before. So, like we said, it's not over yet, and I believe the NFL for that is Sunday. So I guess for this, it could be any given Friday.
And I gotta say, before that goal went in from Tekaz, a great transition. We saw in the replay, he had enough time to be in his very back corner and then struck the ball once on that side wall around midfield. And it was a clean strike indeed, sailing all the way into the goal. I was about to say, Pre-Jump playing some of the best Rocket League I've seen this series, and maybe even so far from the previous matchup as well. Of course, we can't scoff or forget about the 2 goals in 9 seconds that got them here in the first place. But boy, oh boy, they really were just putting together the defense, the offense, the flicks, elevated Buffy, maybe an overcommit, but Bora back on defense to get it. Now needing to face off against Daunt and Tekaz, and the help comes through just in time. The stall was enough, and that elevated Buffy challenged. Daunt going up for this one to the corner. Gonna be batted around a little bit by Setch, but stolen by Tekaz, and that one's gonna be a good center. Peep with a great follow-up shot, and that is now 1:53 seconds left on the clock, and the first lead of game number 3 for Humphrey Dub. Can Pre-Jump get back into this match, or will Humphrey Dub just sail off into the grand finals?
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky scenario to be in for sure. I mean, going up 1-0 and then giving up 2 unanswered is not a good thing, especially when your back's against the wall facing elimination from the winner's bracket. Of course, still have the loser's bracket, but if you're Pre-Jump, this is where you want to buckle down and play perfect Rocket League, and they need to do so. They need to do it in multiple games as well, is the other thing to note, because right now Humphrey Dub is just playing out of their minds.
Oh, Setch with a nice little move there, shut down by Tekaz. Bora now to the corner, past 1, but Daunt there to help out the blue squad. And this one's gonna be pushing back, a nice transition, stolen away by Setch, off the side wall. Peep, little back bump to get that one through. Daunt, that one's off the crossbar there above the goal. Can Tekaz finish? Absolutely. That's a 3-1 lead. We're under a minute, ladies and gentlemen, and this is looking all Humphrey Dub.
This is not where you want to be if you're Pre-Jump Esports, and no one back to get that from the defensive side, and that's exactly what I talked about. You want to try and score, but at the same time, you run the risk of overcommitting. I mean, we've seen how good the defense has been for Humphrey, as well as their offense. Their offense has been better than their defense, but their defense has still been unreal. And Pre-Jump overcommitting there, which causes no one to be there in rotation. That's a wide open net, and almost a goal there from Set, but nothing gonna come out of it though from Pre-Jump.
And you start to see a little bit of the desperation plays. That's a really nice flick over from Elevated Buffy, right on the money, but the defense is there. Oh, Bora! Just a little bit wide left. But you start to see a little bit of that desperation. You know, you really got to pull the goalie at some point, because, you know, now down 2 points here, down 2 goals, or 2 games. But I don't know if a minute left on the clock was the time to pull the goalie. You just got to be patient, wait for your opportunity. And now, this is Humphrey Dub trying to ride this one back through, and this one's going to get spiked down. Humphrey Dub, never mind the graphic there. That is a 3-0 victory to advance to the grand finals over Pre-Jump Esports. They will await to see who they are going to face off against. Let me check the losers bracket real quick and see if we have a winner yet. No, the semifinals, a best of 3 still going on. So Pre-Jump will move on down to the losers bracket finals, where we will meet them to see who they face off against and see if they can make it back up and find a little bit of life against Humphrey Dub. They're going to be waiting in the grand finals with a 1-game advantage. Boy, this is some good Rocket League.
It is, and honestly, I didn't see that 3-0 coming out there from Humphrey Dub, but, you know, showing us why they're in that winner's bracket and made it to all the way to the very end of the winner's bracket as well. So just a great performance there all around from them, and honestly, they might be shifting the view as the favorites into this end of this tournament. I mean, it's been absolutely unreal.
I mean, they're clearly the favorites in this tournament at this point. They're the only team in the grand finals. Just gonna wait and see who's gonna face off against them. We're going to find out who that team is when we come back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carry to College on the Stay Plugged In Network. Stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Stay Plugged In Network. We just saw the winners finals, and now we're moving on to the losers finals here. Still a best of 5, where we see Chalk It Up versus the 445 gang. These are top 3. They're guaranteed some cash here. The loser walking away with $100. The winner moving forward here as we advance into the grand finals to see who's going to re-face off against that ever so present and dangerous squad in Humphrey Dub. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm joined by Wilson, and boy, do we have a matchup for you. This is the cream of the crop in Carry to College Rocket League.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be if you're one of these teams. And hey, $100 sounds really good. Not quite in college. Well, some of them might be in college. So that'll be good money that they can use. I know I would really like to have $100. So I'm sure they would as well. I mean, who doesn't want $100? I mean, come on. But yeah, as you said, these are the elite teams, and we are getting into it here. Both teams.
Not quite.
Maybe
Looks like
not.
we've got
I might have let on a bit. I lied.
All good, all good. We've looks like we got a little bit of just a server test there moving forward, and you know what? Not your fault. We can blame production. They're back in the corner, and they can hear me, but that's all right. they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, they can actually do something to you. I'm on the I'm on a remote end.
Yeah,
so,
somebody can come up and sock me in the back of the head.
Sucker punch right to the back, but I don't think they'd do that, especially not to you. I mean, come on.
Great team. Great team that we've got here at Stay Plugged In. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing stuff. Everything you've seen here, if you've been checking out the Spin Zone TV, we're trying to, well, now that we're down to the last 2 matches of the tournament, no need for that anymore. But when we had 60 teams starting out the bracket, we tried to show as much action to you guys as possible. And we're going to be doing so all weekend. You know, we've got 9-10 teams for Rainbow Six Siege tomorrow. So that whole, basically starting off with quarterfinals, the round of 8, we're going to be able to show all 4 of those games, one of which, of course, being casted, and the other 3 moving forward and being just present. You get to see the action, get to check out the players. We're trying to show as much of it as we can. And it only gets more intense as we move back over to Overwatch, where we've got 20+ teams ready to be spectated. And I can't wait to bring all of that action to you guys. As actually, I'm going to be stepping back on the production scene for Sunday, so that'll be a good time. And it looks like we've launched game number 1 of the Losers Bracket Finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 5. We've got Pre-Jump Esports, recent loss there, and we've got Chalk It Up, who has been fighting through the Losers Bracket with a recent 2-1 win. And they seem to have the momentum coming off of a win, but we'll see exactly how they're going to face off against Pre-Jump Esports, as they've really started to fire on all cylinders. Resinal, an absolute dynamite, as moving through the bracket. Ooh. A couple of those best of 3s. I mean, we were seeing 10-0 score lines from this Chalk It Up squad, and they were put down to the losers bracket, I believe. Let me check the bracket real quick, see exactly who sent them down, because that could tell a big story.
Yeah, it definitely could. And also, I think that's the first pregame segment you've gone through without getting interrupted. But of course, right as I go to say something, I get interrupted by a goal. And it looks like Setch with a great goal there.
I have very interesting news.
Oh, let's hear it.
Chalk It Up was sent to the losers bracket by Pre-Jump Esports 2-1.
Oh, this is the redemption arc possibly for Chalk It Up against Pre-Jump, who might have emerged as rivals for this. So this is going to be action packed, I can tell.
Oh my gosh. I mean, can you imagine getting the opportunity to take on the same team that put you down in the losers bracket? What a save by Elevated Buffy there to keep this only a 1-0 scoreline. Pre-Jump with the first goal of the match, of course. And it was almost tied up there, but Elevated Buffy once again stepping up. And this is insane because Chalk It Up been a terror through a lot of the bracket. The fact that they were sent down in a 2-1 scoreline to the losers bracket by Pre-Jump themselves. they must be looking for revenge.
Yeah, and it's as you said, it's not every day you get to in tournaments where you get to face off against the team that sent you back, especially in the one that's going to send you to that grand finals for that big old prize of, I believe it was $1,000.
So it's $1,000 for the whole bracket. 600 taking home, or first taking home 600, second place taking home 300, and the loser of this match is going to be $100 to that squad. So they're only going up from here, and they really want to start to. They've put in the work all night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, and now finally they need to bring it home. They're not just going to want to settle for $100. They want $100 a piece. They want $200 a piece. And it's all going to come down to whether or not they're going to be able to make it out of this match.
I mean, yeah, you've come this far. I mean, like you said, Vinier said 7, and shot's going to come across. Chalk it up. It's going to tie it up. Silent with the goal, capitalizing on a mistake there from free jump. No one there to follow up on that defensive effort. And now we have ourselves a tied game, and like I said, I'm expecting this to be one of the best games, if not the best game that we've seen today. And yeah, it's so far proving that.
Absolutely. Here now, elevated Buffy. We've seen the long play coming around. It looks like we might have a sub in 3. I can't quite exactly tell. Could be just a different account, but could be a sub, knowing that.
No, it's Bora, I think.
Oh, it's Bora? Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why it shows 3, but...
you know, don't know. Just want to call out what I see, and that's exactly what I do as a caster, is just tell people what's on the screen.
Yep.
And here we have Silent over to the corner. Elevated Buffy stealing away, popping over to the transition. Tied, getting up high for it. A nice shot on goal by Setch, but batted away by Silent. What a play there. Still 1-1, folks. Again, in the winner's bracket, this matchup was a 2-1, as close as it could be, just barely wide, tied with the finish. And that, all of a sudden, chalk it up with the lead here.
I mean, what a shot that was by Chalk It Up on the initial effort, and then the ball bounces perfectly off that post right into the front of Chalk It Up again. And they capitalized the second time. They said, hey, we're not going to make the second mistake twice. And now we might even see an early goal, but Elevated Buffy doing what he does and stopping that attack. Chalk It Up, though, up so far in their revenge tour. So interesting to see if they keep this pressure up, and it looks like they will.
Oh my goodness, and tied with another one on the board. Now a 2-goal advantage with 23 seconds left on the clock. And we know, we're talking about Elevated Buffy and the control of the car. We've seen it in the past, the ability to redirect in the air. And I really love the play of going for the player and not necessarily the ball. Maybe trying to get a piece of both, but of course, if you're able to take the player out of the play, then it just becomes a free lob, and your team can clean it up from there. But Elevated Buffy, look out. 10 seconds left on the board. No mystery here whether or not that player in particular can score quickly and get their team back in the game, but that's not going to be it. And this one, Chalk It Up, taking the first game of the losers finals here, going up 1-0. Let's take a look at some of these stats across the board. Pre-jump esports, just 4 shots on goal to the 8 of Chalk It Up.
Yeah.
That's a pretty dominating experience there. Pre-jump esports with 5 of saves on the 8 shots on goal. So a very good job defensively, but not quite enough, as the 3 they didn't save were all on the money. Chalk It Up being able to sink the remaining 3.
Yeah, and it's kind of a scenario that we saw in our last set. And they just got absolutely got bombarded by shots, and they just weren't able to do anything about it. I mean, it's the same scenario with that, but it is a best of 5 for a reason. There's 5, well, potentially 2 games to go. So it's definitely not over yet, and I believe Pre-Jump will definitely be trying to bring this back and regain for sure. Bora starting things off on the right foot, though, for Pre-Jump.
And now, Wilson, I don't know a lot of the experience. I believe you said you had a little bit of experience coaching. You helped start the club team of Call of Duty there at Shenandoah University. Did you have any experience coaching that squad as well?
No, I tried to do more of a coordinator role, and coaching was going to be handled by the other student that helped form it, Kyle, as well as the professor, Christopher Scroggins, or just Scroggs, as some of us like to call him. And so they were going to handle most of the coaching aspect. And then we brought in someone else to help coach, and he kind of just took over the reins completely. And I just didn't really have much to do, but I still have that, hey, I helped make this format on there. So, and while I'm talking, we see the first goal of game number 2, a great goal there by Set Churl, I guess, is how you say that?
I would say Set RL.
Oh yeah, Set RL.
That's just my guess, but
yeah,
we
that's
saw
a good guess.
Resnal and Silent double committing up there to try and get that one out of the box. Not quite able to secure that one. But I was trying to set you up there as a hypothetical. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If you're now Pre-Jump Esports, you're down 1-0 in this game. Obviously now you've got a single goal, but what's going through your mind? If you're a coach, what's putting you in the situation now? Chalk it up, tying this one up in game number 2. But if you're Pre-Jump Esports, you go down 1-0 in the losers finals, you lose, you're out. This is the first time Pre-Jump Esports has been in the losers finals in this tournament, or sorry, in the losers bracket in this tournament. So they are now the closest to elimination they've ever been. If you're a coach, what are you telling these players? They just went down 1-0 in a series.
Yeah, I think it's very different from both sides because Chalk It Up has been in this losers bracket for about 4 games, 3-4 games. So they have a much different message. But if you're Pre-Jump right now, you're saying, hey, we've been down before and then we came back and won 3 straight. We can do it again here. You know, it's not the end of the world. We've done it before in this tournament. So just play smart, and right as I say play smart, they give up a goal, but a great shot there by Tide to follow up. Bora just unable to reach that ball. But yeah, no, definitely you're trying to keep your guys positive, because once that morale starts to go, if you have morale and motivation, or not motivation, momentum against you, that is not a good thing to have. That's the wombo combo, if you will, of trying to come back. And then Chalk It Up right now is probably thinking, hey, you know, we've gone through all these other teams to get here. We need to finish the job. It's not done yet.
Oh, Chalk It Up smelling blood in the water. At this point,
absolutely,
they got down a goal. They were up a game, but down a goal here early in game number 2. And then they scored the next goal to tie it up. Now in the lead, just nearing halftime, but Setch with the equalizer. And that is just what you want to see if you're a fan of Pre-Jump Esports. If you are on Pre-Jump Esports, now you've got a chance to try and fight your way back. You just want to play these last 2 minutes and 30 seconds of game number 2 to your tempo. You want to play and put yourself in the lead so you can try and tie this series up. It's a best of 5. It's a long one, as we talked about here. And they not only have to win here, but they're going to try and go back up against all the team just waiting for them. They're sitting all the way up there at the top side in the grand finals. And that team, of course, Humphrey Dub, just absolute stunners.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy challenge for whoever wins this in that grand final. But another thing to note will be they'll be nice and warmed up and ready for it, for sure. But another thing to note is that this is still a tied game with plenty of time left, so we can see a team pull away. And elevated Buffy trying to work his magic one more time, just can't do so. Bora trying to recenter that, and it does eventually get centered. And right now it's just back and forth between both teams.
Now Bora in the corner. Setch trying to help out a little bit. Silent gonna back off. Resinal taking over. Setch with a great aerial, tied up for it. And maybe just enough. Yes, Resinal and Silent back. Now Resinal challenging Bora there in front of the net. Elevated Buffy off the back wall. You watch out. If he's got full boost, this is a dangerous player to be having the ball off that backside because he can go coast to coast on you. Sech to the corner to Resinol. Stolen away. Bora. Nice challenge. This one's going up above the goal, and this could be an opportunity. Is now centered once again, but it's going a little bit too far to the other side. Now Tide, a nice steal. Silent to the corner. Sech and Bora, the team moving nice and slow, but it's gonna pop just enough. Tide, enough boost to get up for that one. And just 37 seconds left in game number 2. The fact that it's still tied spells so much positivity for pre-jump because they're not out of it. They haven't won yet, but they're not out of it. And they've got a chance to strike back here in game number 2.
Yeah, no, it's just, as we said, back and forth between both teams just is a testament to how good both of these teams can be. Both playing perfect defense right now and good offense as well, but the defense, it's so hard to crack between both teams. We see a chance here. No one's going to quite get it. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds, 1 left, and we are heading into overtime, folks, in the final of the losers bracket. Yeah, this is as good as it gets. And we almost see a goal right off the get-go.
I mean, sometimes that's exactly what happens. Overtime can be, especially with a brand new kickoff, sometimes teams have a chance to strike off of the kickoff, and they've got some set plays, and it really kind of depends on how they're able to maneuver around the opposing team. And oh my gosh, an opportunity, but it's off the crossbar, and Resinol gonna be able to scoop that one back away. That's gonna be a heartbreaker for pre-jump as they were able to almost put away game number 2, but now they've got to continue playing. They've got to make sure that there's no transitions over to their side of the field. A nice little shot on goal from Bora, but a huge deflection away on defense. And now we're going back and forth here. That's a little scary of a shot, but elevated Buffy back for it. A nice center by Tide. Bora, first one there. That's a good pass. Elevated Buffy needed to be tied, and that was oh so important to keep this game alive for pre-jump. As if that was Tide getting there first, that's a goal for sure.
Yeah, and if you're pre-jump, getting that missed opportunity is good though, because then you say, hey, we just need to do that again. You know, we're getting these opportunities. We'll just capitalize on them eventually. We just need to play as well as we have been on the defensive end. And if you're chalk it up, you're saying, well, now is our chance to move on from that mistake that the other team fortunately wasn't able to capitalize on. Shot goes up towards the net, but is deflected there. Resinol sending it back towards pre-jumps area, and a shot. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a good bump by Silent.
This is so
Take
tense.
Bora out of the play.
You could feel the tension in the air.
Seriously, we're now nearing 2 minutes into overtime in just game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the losers finals here in Carey College. And now, back and forth we go. Resinol challenging Bora there. A demo down onto Silent, maybe opening up an opportunity here on offense. Buffy getting up for it. Silent, nice defense there. It was a lobbing shot, not quite enough on it. Now Bora to the center. It's a little bit pinched, so going back out to elevated Buffy, but look out. From long range, a scary player. And a great center. Can it go in? No, a save by Resinol. What a shot and save. And that's just great patience. Look out, if Buffy's got full boost, that's a scary spot. Now Sech, great transition over to the corner. Gonna challenge Tide, gonna beat Tide. Resinol pushing this one back out. And we are still tied 2-2. First goal is gonna win game number 2. We're nearing 3 minutes.
I think this might be the longest overtime I've had to cast. I haven't had a lot of overtimes.
Oh my gosh, you're lucky if this is the
yeah.
longest one you've ever had to cast.
I think the record for RLCS was, I believe, 8 or 7 minutes. I remember looking up a while back.
Try casting the Charlotte Phoenix. They maybe not go deep into overtime, but they try and go to overtime every chance they get.
Really? Yeah, that's just unfortunate. But right now, as you said, this is just back and forth. It's like a game of like table tennis right now. I mean, it's just back and forth. We're on an incredible volley right now. I mean, 3 minutes, three and a half minutes into a overtime is not a easy feat, and you know that these players' pulses are pumping right now. Absolutely just so pressure packed.
An opportunity.
It could be the last hit, and Bora with a huge save. And now a counterattack gets stopped.
And I love you bring that up, the fact that it really has been nonstop action. In the middle of a normal game, there's lots of goals being scored. It's constant action, but it can get broken up by the fact that you got to watch a replay. You get to score a goal and then reset. This has been nonstop Rocket League for 4 minutes here of overtime, and they are getting very close to having a full extra game just in overtime, nearing that 5-minute mark.
We might.
And that neither team giving an inch as it's going back and forth, and just waiting for a defense to make a mistake and offense to overcommit to something. Now Resinal pushing this one in front of the goal, but there's a little bit too much mustard on it. Can Tide seal the deal? Needed to get there in time, but it's not going to be enough. 4 minutes and 33 seconds into overtime. What a team play by Chalk It Up to seal the deal. And of course, Tide putting it away. They are now up 2-0. Chalk It Up pushing it to the limit against Pre-Jump Esports.
I mean, that is the most even matchup I think I've ever seen in a game of Rocket League. We almost, as you said, we almost got to a full another game in that 4:33 on the overtime counter. Of course, overtime is golden goal, as many of you, I'm sure, have figured that out. So first goal wins in overtime, but that, I mean, just back and forth. I mean, it was like watching two sluggers in boxing just go at each other, right hook after right hook. I mean, it was absolutely unreal from both teams.
Yeah, what we've got, that's 11, 13 shots on goal from Chalk It Up. We've got 9 shots on goal from Pre-Jump. Honestly, not as many as I was expecting for a basically double time game. But we move on. Chalk It Up.
Yeah.
Up 2-0. They're a fierce team.
It's a revenge tour.
It's a revenge tour. They got taken down to the lower final, or to the lower bracket by Pre-Jump, and now, I mean, it's a close match, don't get me wrong, but boy, now they're up 2-0. You don't need to win by many, and all of a sudden, Chalk It Up with another shot on goal. Now, that's I can call it. It's a 2 goals in 7 seconds because they scored the overtime goal.
Yeah.
And now just 7 seconds into game number 3 with the lead. This is a dagger to the heart for Pre-Jump.
Yeah, this is a very bad situation for Pre-Jump to be in. It's not the worst though. You still have a whole game's, or if you want to go into technicalities, a whole overtime's worth of a game left to go. And we're going to see them come out the gates with an early shot onto the net, which does get stopped. So they're not, they don't look like they're too down and out of it yet. You know, they still have that belief that, you know, we've come back from something before, and we see great shots coming out here from Pre-Jump.
And here we go, Silent to the middle, getting bumped around, elevated Buffy. Just trying to move past the defense, trying to get something going here for Pre-Jump Esports. And if there's going to be somebody to do it, it's going to be, I believe, elevated Buffy. But honestly, Sech been playing out of their mind. 2 shots on goal already in this game. And that is a great opportunity for Chalk It Up. But no help. The rest back on defense or getting demoed down. Elevated Buffy from distance. Sech trying to help him out, but getting beat there first by Resinal. A nice challenge once again against Bora. This one's going back out to the midfield and over to the corner here is Chalk It Up. Push this one back away. Still only a 1-goal advantage here in game number 3, but Pre-Jump Esports really need to get some fire in their gameplay. If they want to get one, they just need to take it 1 game at a time if they want to get back in the series.
Yeah, it's definitely a big mountain to climb over, but we've seen teams do it before, you know. So we've seen reverse sweeps happen at every level. We've seen it happen at the high school level. I've seen it happen at the collegiate level, both to and against my college.
Oh
and what
my
a shot.
goodness!
Elevated Buffy, just showing us why you shouldn't forget about him. I mean, what? Look at that control. That's just unreal.
Got a little bit of help from Tide there. Tide a little bit late on that one, but yeah, top left corner. And we were talking about overtimes and overtime records. Got a little bit of a little help from our production. They went and looked it up. Tell you what, RLCS official match, 12-ish minutes overtime. That's the record. For
Only
Pro
12?
Tourney, 18-minute overtime.
Dude, I cannot even fathom casting over that. That's gotta be just like, that's just gotta be so stressful, both as a
casting.
as a
Imagine playing
caster.
in it.
Yeah, and then as a player, that's like times 10 as well, because you're like, if I mess up once, this whole thing ends. And
imagine putting your heart and soul into a game for 5 minutes, only to send it to overtime, and then you have to play 18 more minutes and lose that, tied with another goal on the board. Chalk it up.
I don't think Tide wants that to happen again. I think Tide's going to try and prevent that from happening, and I don't blame him. 4 minutes was long enough. I can't even imagine doing 18. Like, that's unreal.
Look at that flip reset from Tide, though. The mechanics to put that one through and take the lead here in game number 3. Chalk it up. Just needing a single win here to push it forward, and now Silent getting a pretty free opening kickoff goal, as that one was just sitting. He almost missed it, but it went very, very nicely off of that corner. It's going to scoop on in up to the goal, into the net, and 3-1. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Chalk it up, trying to make it back to the grand finals.
And apparently, I'm getting word in from the chat a little bit, apparently online has had even longer times recorded. Those were just LAN times as well, so. But right now, Chalk it up, trying to not get forced into another overtime scenario. They want the sweep, and they want to do it fast, but right now, Pre-Jump trying to prevent that from happening. And a bit of an attack gets squandered really fast. And now Chalk it up has an attacking chance.
I both love and hate the idea of an infinite overtime. It's exciting for fans, but oh so stressful for everybody else involved. I mean, imagine just sitting there. I mean, you probably get a little bit, wow, silent. That surely is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that might be it.
A minute, 20 seconds left on the, 27 seconds left on the clock here in match point. Chalk it up might be putting this one through as a 3-0 losers bracket finals to win themselves at the minimum a nice $300 for their squad. And they've come this far, and that is going to be a GG as they've pushed forward. It's unusual to see something like this, but it does happen. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be Chalk It Up taking home the victory here. They're going to be walking home with $300 at the minimum. $100, of course, going over to Pre-Jump for their efforts today. But next up, we've got the grand finals. And I can't wait to see this amazing squad. I had my eye on Chalk It Up, and I figured they'd be pushing forward to see if they'd face off against this squad up in the grand finals. But if they went down to Pre-Jump in the main bracket, and then Pre-Jump just got 3-0'd in the winners bracket finals, I mean,
I don't know, man. It's
hard to say exactly what's going to happen, but it's kind of leaning one way or the other. But it's a good win. They stayed warm through the losers bracket finals. Your thoughts on the losers bracket finals before we take a break?
I mean, it was the second game, of course, with that overtime, is very close. But that last game was just absolutely dominant in the way of Chalk It Up. I mean, they controlled it from the opening kickoff. I mean, just absolutely pelted the goal. And you know, it's you can only defend so much before your defense starts to fall. And then I think the psyche also played an aspect into that as well. And you know, I mean, you still get $100 for losing that. I mean, of course.
Absolutely, you're one of 3 teams that have made cash. So yeah, something not to look away at. You step away, you rebuild, you go and watch the tape, you practice, you compete in more tournaments. You come back for Turbo Tuesdays every single week, a free tournament to win $100.
A free tournament for $100, like who
the
doesn't
exact
want
same
that?
amount of work you put in tonight could be even less if you come through with a victory at Turbo Tuesday. Of course, a lot of these squads coming back through, and if you get to face a lot of these guys over and over and over and over, you're going to learn them. You're going to get better. And I mean, the talent level in Stay Plugged In Network is insane. And that's what we try and bring here to move you, elevate you players to the next level to try and get those scholarships in college through esports. But We've got the grand finals coming up next. We're going to be right back. I mean, we are going to go, that guy right back there, he's going to set up the lobby, and we're going to jump right back into the action. So do not go anywhere. I can't wait for the finish of this tournament. It's about to be amazing.
It's going to be great.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. The finals, the grand finals. 180 players entered the arena tonight in Carey to College. Only 6 remain. 2 teams, Chalk It Up versus Humphrey Dub. Humphrey Dub having the 1-game advantage after having advanced through the winners finals. But we've made it down to the final matchup of the night. A best of 7, and we are excited to bring it to you. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm here with Wilson from Shenandoah University. And Wilson, we've seen some awesome Rocket League so far tonight. I mean, what do you expect from this matchup?
I mean, these two are here for a reason. You know, they're the best of the best. So this should be top tier gameplay. And of course, if you're a college looking at these players, you're also going to want to recruit them. I mean, for them to be here, I mean, just is a testament to their skill as well as teamwork, which is another crucial aspect that teams, of course, are going to be looking out for. And having that 1-game advantage of advancing through should be absolutely huge in this grand final.
Really should. I mean, the fact that you've already done the work to get the 1-game advantage over the team coming in from the losers finals. That being said, if Chalk It Up is able to get that first game under their belt, technically it's game number 2. But if they're able to get game number, quote unquote, 2 under their belts, all of a sudden it's a tie ball game. We're back set to 0, best of 5. Let's go. We're gonna jump right into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Humphrey Dub versus Chalk It Up. This is the grand finals of Carey to College. And we are so excited to bring it to you as these are the top 2 teams of tonight. And they are competing to see who's gonna walk home with $600. And the first goal of the game going down to Humphrey Dub. Not missing a beat, sitting there in the grand finals waiting for their competition. They are eager to strike and draw first blood, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I know I mentioned earlier on in one of the series, I believe it was before the start of the last set that we covered, I said Humphrey Dub might get a little cold waiting for such a long time, but it looks like that has not been an issue for them, shaking off the rust and shaking off the no goal differential, up 1-0 and heading further into this grand finals match.
And here we go, Daunt here at midfield. Peep gonna take over. Of course, the one with the first goal there, now tied here back. Trying to clear this one out, using lots of boost to get this one out, but it's a good shot on goal, but the defense is there. A nice pinch from the defense. Takeoffs with the second strike. It's going wide to the right, but a huge center. Resinal with the first touch, though, so no help there from Humphrey Dub and the rest of the squad to try and get that one through and go up 2-0. But it is back and forth. The speed of this game already absolutely shadowing anything we've seen so far. Yeah. Maybe minus the overtime we saw in the losers finals. And Peep with the second goal of the game, taking 2 shots and taking 2 goals. What a play, what a player.
Yeah, this is exactly the start you want to see if you're Humphrey Dub, coming out flying, and especially the start you want to see if you are Peep, because, I mean, like you said, 2 shots, 2 goals, that's a pretty good ratio to have. I mean, literally doesn't get, well, I guess it could theoretically get a little better if you have 1 shot and 2 goals somehow, but
I don't know if that's possible without an own goal.
Yeah, I was just saying it has to be an own goal, which you touch last. I've done it before, once or twice.
All right, well, for our sake, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah,
Daunt with a nice deflection there to keep that one out of harm's way and keep this a 2-0 scoreline. We're cresting that 3-minute mark here in game number 1 of the grand finals. They've already got a 1-game advantage. They're looking to make it 2. That one's dribbling down in front of the goal. Peep not able to get there just in time. His shot is going to be blocked. Resinal popping this one back out to midfield. Daunt going up for it. Takeoz, the challenge of Silent. This one's right in front of the match, or right in front of the goal, but really nice defense to clear that one out. Now, got Resinal to the corner. A good center. Silent trying to make a strike, tied as well, but well defended even better. As good as the shots were, as good as the passes were, the defense not letting anything get through.
Yeah, this defense from Humphrey is as good, if not better, than their attack, and that's been the common theme for the teams that have moved on in this tournament, proving us once again. But now we see Chalk It Up starting to get a little bit of a chance, but Humphrey Dub there every time to stop it as they get the clearance. And right now, it is so hard to break this impenetrable line that Humphrey Dub has made. But right now, Daunt making it 3-0 with a potential to go up 2-0 in this. That's absolutely massive.
And I know that we talked about Peep already, you know, with the 2 goals, 2 shots, 2 goals, obviously getting a couple extra shots in the meantime, but Don's kind of a sleepy MVP here for Humphrey Dub so far. If you take a look at the stats at the end of the match, I got a little sneak peek of it. And looking really solid across the board, really having everything to do with just about all the plays happening on the field. Peep not quite able to get there on time, but once again, Daunt, like I was saying, able to transition that one into a very scary position for maybe Peep to get a double touch off the corner. Takeo's gonna, I think maybe Peep left it, maybe Peep missed it, but Takeo's gonna put that one through. And what a loop back around to stay away from the defense and strike when needed. And this is looking like an absolutely dominant Humphrey Dub. And they are certainly looking to get the dub here in game number 2. And the game, and then honestly in game number 3 and 4 too, they're looking really strong.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be if you're a fan or a player of Humphrey Dub. I mean, like you said, absolutely dominant here from the countdown at the beginning, and it's just been shot after shot, and Chalk It Up just looks shell-shocked, trying to figure out how they can counter this. And while they're trying to figure that out, they are getting absolutely just
mauled is the word for it. 5-0, 52 seconds left on the clock. We're not even near close to the end of this game. Plenty of time for Humphrey Dub to pile on the damage. Chalk It Up needing a little bit more speed, but as you were saying, Humphrey Dub able to really start a play from any part of the field, and every single player seems to know exactly where they want to be and where the other team is and how that ball is going to transition off of that play and off of that pass. And the strikes are coming not necessarily from right in front of the goal, but all over the field. And it's really hard to defend when you've got to be on your tippy toes, stopping that transition from across the board. Peep from far end. Takeoff's just riding underneath that ball, watching Peep make sure that he could try and get a shot on goal and see if he can clean up anything. But that one was batted away from the defense to Chalk It Up. Just 10 seconds left on the board here in game number 2 as the 5-0 scoreline saying it all. Humphrey Dub sending a message.
Yeah, definitely not feeling any, I guess, lost in performance after waiting for this match to come around, waiting for that other match to finish. And they absolutely ran away with that one. You see Peep with 3 goals on 7 shots from just him alone is absolutely unreal. Tied, trying to stave off all the shots, 5 saves, but in the end, not enough. 5-0 to start off. They go up 2-0 because of that 1-round advantage that they had. So yeah, definitely not the start I was expecting to this, but I think that's the start that they really wanted to happen there.
Oh, you're waiting there in the grand finals. You're watching, 2 teams bat it out, and then there happened to be a 3-0 there in the losers bracket finals. You say to yourself, "Wait a second, we got to play that team next."
Yeah, exactly.
And then you come out striking in a 5-0 victory. I got to talk about my boy Daunt here real quick. 2 assists on the day there on that game. 3 saves to keep it a nice even scoreline of 5-0. And really, I think he also put 1 on the board as well through that 5-goal onslaught. We'll see if Chalk It Up is able to steal one away. If they're able to get a goal on the board, I think that really the momentum starts to, you start to figure out what you got to do. Resinol tied here. These are no slouches. Silent has been playing out of his mind. After all, they're in the grand finals. And if they didn't have any sort of resilience, they wouldn't be here. So, I fully expect Chalk It Up to try and put some damage down onto the board for this squad. If they can just get one goal, that could translate into a life here blown into the gameplay of Chalk It Up.
Yeah, right now, Humphrey Dub still continuing that pressure, and what a save by Tide. I thought for sure that ball was going in, but Tide coming from out of nowhere to keep the hopes of Chalk It Up alive in this early portion of this game. We're a minute in, and the excitement has not stopped as another shot goes across there.
I think everybody watching thought that was an absolute guarantee for Daunt to dunk that one in. And Tide coming through. Sometimes it just takes a great save to breathe that life into your gameplay, into your team. And this one's a long ball. Daunt back to the corner. Luckily for him, it was a little bit wide, so not needing to really stress too much. Silent, this is a long one. Peep having to get up for that one, going to the corner. And now you start to see a little bit of transition from defense to offense as Chalk It Up has weathered a bit of the storm here early on in game number 3. Looking like Humphrey Dub was just, you know, without a doubt going to be scoring the first goal of the match, or of the game. And now an opportunity. When you go off one of those goalposts, you can absolutely guarantee a very good team is going to be following it up, and Tide is that person. Peep not quite able to get there in time, a late bump, and that's going to be a 1-0 lead for Chalk It Up. And we got 3 minutes left here in game number 3. They absolutely need this one.
Yeah, and you saw there was no one rotating back towards the goal. The closest player tried to get the bump off, but as you said, wasn't quite enough. So you never had anyone, leaving that goal wide open. And with a wide open goal, they're going to make you pay. And just as I say that, they make you pay yet again. Chalk It Up. Reasonable, absolutely great shot, great placement. Recognizing that there's no one in the goal for that, and a little bit late on the rotation from Humphrey Dub there.
And just like that, like I said, you get a good save, you get the first goal, you get now all of a sudden, second goal opens up a little bit.
Yep.
And now you've got that 2-goal advantage. You've got also to remember, if you go up big, you've got to remember what got you there in the first place. The very steady and resilient defense, the transitions from offense to defense, or the defense to offense. And now a 3-goal advantage here for Chalk It Up, and it looking like a completely different team here.
Yeah.
Humphrey Dub looking a little shell-shocked as now all of a sudden they're at a 3-goal deficit. And obviously Chalk It Up trying to pile it on, saying, hey, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here in this grand finals for a minute, and we're going to start with this game.
Yeah, this is the complete opposite of what happened last game. I mean, the changes that they've made, I guess they've worked. Because, I mean, their attack is looking so much better. Reasonable trying to go coast to coast, just like we've seen from some other players in this tournament. And what a save that is by Chalk It Up, playing great offense and even better defense in this game. And now ball being centered, but looks like it will get cleared out. I mean, Chalk It Up just looks completely different than last game.
And now just 2 minutes left to go. 3-0. Now a 3-1 game. A little bit back in favor of Humphrey Dub. And
they're making things interesting.
You watch out. 1 minute and 50 seconds is a lifetime in Rocket League.
That is a lot of time.
If you're facing a squad that went 5-0 in game number 2 against you, you let 1 goal through, a little bit of doubt starts to get in your head. You start to think, oh, maybe they're going to do it again. Maybe they're going to put the hurting on. Silent with a great save. Pecos to the corner. And now Resinal pushing this one. It could be a long goal, but no Daunt there. It's just a little bit wide. And, and Tekaz now needing to get back for this one as Peep and the rest of the blue team trying to just scramble a little bit. They've got to get 2 goals here to try and tie it up and send it to overtime. Just over a minute left.
Yeah, it's another situation that I mentioned where the psyche of esports and the psychological aspect of it comes into play. I mean, it's just so, it's like you said, you have that little voice in the back of your mind saying, hey, we might not have this in the bag as much as we thought. And oh my goodness, right as I say that, Daunt making it 2-3 with 52 seconds left. That's so much time in Rocket League time. And now, we might see overtime. We might see a win as well. And hopefully the overtime won't be 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But who knows? It could be.
Absolutely could be. Here now, Peep to the corner. This is looking a little bit scary. All of a sudden, chalk it up. You're saying, I've got a 3-0 lead. And this is a nice transition. Peep able to defend that one well, but hopefully not an overcommit here. Tide needing to get back as Silent. A nice touch on the ball. Daunt pushing this one forward. They need a goal to send it to overtime and try and steal away this victory from Chalk It Up. Silent wasting a little bit more of the time left on the clock. 15 seconds left to go. Takeoffs, a big punch out off the back wall. Peep with a good touch, but Silent with a great challenge there to try and redirect that one and not let any sort of offensive flick go through. This one's soaring up in the air. Takeoffs with a scary position, but it's gonna get spiked right down into the ground, and Chalk It Up have life. They won 3-2, and despite what it says there on screen, it is now a 2-1 advantage as far as going to Humphrey Dub. And Chalk It Up now looking a little bit scary. Chalk It Up, seriously, I'm looking at these stat lines. 4 shots on goal, 3 of them going in. And then Humphrey Dub trying to get back into the game. The onslaught begins. 10 shots on goal. Of course, only able to get 2 of those through, but Chalk It Up, their defense standing really strong. And if they're going to be able to beat Humphrey Dub, that's how they're going to do it.
Did I see no saves on the end of Humphrey Dub for that game? Was I looking at the right stat line? Because that's kind of a red flag if you're heading into this next match here. And if you Chalk It Up, then you need to maybe improve your shot targets. You need to get your shots a little more on target there.
Well, they only took 4
I'm not
of them.
100% sure if I saw that right, but if I did, that's a massive red flag if you are a fan of Humphrey Dub. But right now, they're trying to erase all those doubts with a great opening goal here from Pete.
Wow, set up by Daunt, challenging both Tide and Silent there, riding that one into the crossbar. And of course, Peep, there at the right place at the right time. Putting it through. Up 1-0, 4 minutes and 35 seconds left to go here in game number 4. Humphrey Dub just needing 2 more games to win it all. Chalk It Up trying to not let that happen, as if that happens, they're only going to be walking home with $300. And Humphrey Dub with the 6 hundo. Of course, $1,000 prize pool available across all 3 games. So Rainbow Six tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. Gonna be right here on the Stay Plugged In network. And then we've got Overwatch at the same time on Sunday. Once again at this channel. And don't forget about Spin Zone TV, twitch.tv/Spin Zone TV. We've got 4 more channels covering lots of the action. We've got so many games happening all at the same time. And we have a great team helping out cover all of the action. Well, as much of the action as we possibly can. We want people to be able to see these incredible high school players or college players if they're looking to transfer to another college. If they're open to transferring, they are allowed to play in the Carry to College competition. And now we're cresting 3.5 minutes here. And what a shot on goal by Resinal. Boy, that would have been nice. Tied up for it, not quite dead in the water, but they may have overcommitted. Resinal needing to be back for this one. And he is. Bumped away by Daunt. Peep to Silent. Takeoff's last man there, and he's enough.
Wow.
Enough to save it. What a play.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a great recovery by Chalk It Up, but I think Humphrey Dub kind of just went up them with that recovery. I mean, in a 1v1 back turned, able to get just enough space and time and just do the old turnaround and stop that flick up from happening against him. That was absolutely textbook recovery there from Humphrey Dub, and now they are still in this up by 1 goal. And Daunt, speaking of keeping it in, oh, what a shot! Oh my, what just happened?
Oh, now Peep's on a wrecking ball spree as he demos 2 players of Chalk It Up, and it opens up the field a little bit for allow them to advance the ball down the field. And what a save that was. It's still just a 1-goal game as we get close to 2 minutes here left in game number 4. But Chalk It Up needing one to tie it up, get that equalizer. Try and get a little momentum here, because if they're able to win this game, it's a tie ball game and essentially a bracket reset to a best of 3. I don't say bracket reset. I shouldn't say that because we're not doing bracket resets. It's just the 1 game advantage over to Humphrey Dub coming from the winner's bracket. But this is getting pretty crazy here. As Chalk It Up looks to strike.
Yeah, you can feel the tension in the air starting to form as we get into the nitty-gritty of the last few potential games of the tournament. And right now, Humphrey Dub trying to stay on top, excuse me there. And right now, they're playing picture-perfect defense. But Chalk It Up also needs to maybe try and get a little more shots on goal. You know, we've seen them have close, go off the post, go off the crossbar. Just try and redirect them a little more closer to goal, make Humphrey Dub work a little more for those shots.
And I mean, that's a testament to Humphrey Dub's midfield defense. They're not allowing that transition. They're not allowing a lot of those shots. Now Takeoz and Peep trying to do the Takeoz and Peep show, and it's not quite enough to get that one. But they still have the goal advantage. Just 40 seconds left on the clock. As that one's looking good, but Resinal, they're just in time now trying to transition. Daunt with the steal to Tide. Back to Silent. No, it's going to go back to Resinal. He's going to pop that one off the wall, try and center that one. Silent needed to get up. 23 seconds now as Resinal through the air, but all the defense from Humphrey Dub on watch, really. They were ready for anything he was going to throw at him. Daunt just barely missing this one. It's going to the far corner. Silent gonna need to make something happen here, but a good high pop from Takeoz is gonna kill lots of the clock. We're at 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. If it hits the ground, it's game over, and there it is. Humphrey Dub with the 3-1 lead in the grand finals, just 1 away from the victory. Let's take a look at some of these stats really quick. As Takeoz with the 4 shots on goal, 4 saves, clearly a superstar here in game number 4, as only 2 shots and 1-1. But Daunt with the assist, Peep with the only goal of the game, and then it was just a defensive struggle from there, a 1-0 victory.
Yeah, defenses absolutely reigned supreme there, and you saw, what was it, Takeoz had the 4 saves, really anchoring that defense for his team there. And honestly, their defense looked picture perfect. And I know the fans want the goals, but as a fan of defenses as well, I love seeing that. And what a save! Speaking of defense, another save as well. What a sequence there from Chalk It Up, saying we're not down and out of it yet. And Daunt, just with an incredible save as well. And this is exactly what you want to have a grand final match.
Oh, imagine if it goes the other way, though, and all of a sudden Humphrey Dub with the first goal of the game, just 10 seconds into it, just like game number 4. This is a whole different story, but 2 miraculous saves from the squad of Chalk It Up, able to keep this one a 0-0 scoreline. And moving forward, if they can get a goal on the board, they could easily win if both defenses stand strong at a 1-0 scoreline in favor of Chalk It Up. They could continue this trend as it moves forward, but we'll see. Peep with a good shot on goal, but it goes just high. A follow-up from Takeoz, and now Tide moving this one out. Daunt to the corner. Resinal with a nice little steal there to push that one to midfield, but this one's going high and above the goal. That's exactly where you don't want it to be.
Yeah, and right now, pressure is going the way of Humphrey Dub, but Silent had a chance there to absolutely make them pay and fails to do so. What a great job to get in that situation, though. And right now, that was almost the first mistake of the match, and Peep with a great save. This is a clinic if you are a fan of defense.
0-0. It is all defense so far. I mean, it's a lot of offense, but it's also even more defense.
Yeah, it kind of adds to that old age-old mantra that
oh boy, a
offense sells
freebie
tickets,
off
and
the
defense
wall.
wins championships. And Daunt right now trying to secure the championship for Humphrey Dub here. What a great shot from past halfway.
Wow, scooping it out of the box, off the wall. There was enough heat on it that he could get a very clean touch right towards the goal and steals that one away. That could be the goal that wins this tournament. We'll wait and see. We still have plenty of time left on the clock and chalk it up, not looking to go anywhere. But as I say that, a second one drips through as Daunt, an absolute superstar right now, just barely beating Resinal to that one, top left corner. You can't draw it up any better.
You couldn't have placed that better if you walked over and placed it yourself. I mean, what a goal. I'm actually lost for words. I did not see that shot coming out there. And I guess Daunt did, and he knew that he could score it. What a shot and what a goal. And now Humphrey Dub so close to that $600 at the end. And another shot. Great save there by Resinal.
Daunt, I was telling you, Daunt is my sleepy MVP here. Coming out firing here when it matters most, when you need to put your game and your team up in the grand finals. Daunt's playing defense miraculously. Daunt is putting shots on goal and putting shots in goal even better.
Humphrey Dub right now is showing us why they are here and why they deserve to be here. And they're trying to make their case for being the champions as well. Daunt right now just doing it all for his team. I mean, this is what you want to see if you are a Humphrey Dub fan. That is for sure.
And tied a shot on goal, but Daunt
there's that man
back
again.
on defense. The man of the hour. Takaz, Resinal with the great block, but needing 2 goals here to get back into this game. Otherwise, I think he'll be walking home with $300. Nothing to scoff at here after a night's worth of Rocket League, but you certainly want double that, and that's exactly what Daunt wants. Daunt wants 600. As
I mean,
really,
who wouldn't?
Really putting the team together here, and it feels like he can teleport.
Yeah, he feels like he's just everywhere at the same time. It's like he's got instant transmission from Dragon Ball right there, man. He is absolutely just everywhere on the field, and there's not really much Chalk It Up can do about it. I mean, he's making every save, he's making every shot, and has scored both of the goals, I believe, for Humphrey Dub here in this match, and of course 1 away from taking that cash prize. And if you're Chalk It Up, this is the time to kick it into gear.
And pick it up they have. But Chalk It Up needing 2 still, as you said. Yeah, but Peep with the pressure. This blue team and Humphrey Dub have really not missed a beat. Sure, they went down 1 game here in the grand finals, but it really has been the Humphrey Dub show. Every single time we've watched them winning 3-0 in the winners finals. I don't know if they dropped a game before that. Honestly, before Chalk It Up put one through. And just 15 seconds left on the clock here in our grand finals. And it's getting a little bit close. I was starting to wrap things up, but Resinal, of course, had to make it a 1-goal game. Hey, why not?
I mean, it makes things more exciting, but like, I feel like it's without fail every time we say, oh, this one might be over. They score within the last 30 seconds to make things interesting, and we'll see just what Chalk It Up can do. Reasonable trying to get his team through. We're seeing demos come out left and right. Let's see if they can capitalize off it. No, the clearance. 1 second left. Ball goes back into half. Humphrey Dub, but the ball's gonna hit the ground, and just like that, Humphrey Dub wins it all, taking this match and taking the end of the grand finals. What a game that was.
Daunt, Peep, Pekaz, your champions of Carry to College Rocket League. This is just the beginning. This was an incredible tournament. 60 teams, as I was saying, almost 200 players showed up tonight to compete for $1,000. One champion has stepped away with their biggest piece of the prize pool in Humphrey Dub. And we've just got so many more games coming up. We've got Rainbow Six tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. and we've got Overwatch on Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern here on the Stay Plugged In Network. And I mean, this is just the start. The Carry to College is so
wild.
amazing, and we get to just bring all this incredible action that really is exclusive. You know, it's not exclusive necessarily to high school level. College players can play as well. They just need to be looking for that next level. They need to be looking for college opportunity. And boy, I'm sure some of these kids here tonight with accounts on the Stay Plugged In website, they're going to find it. And if you're looking for an opportunity like this, if you want a chance to compete at the next Carry to College or in one of the following days, I'm not sure if registration is still open for the following days, but for the next one in May, make sure you make an account on staypluggedin.gg and start your journey trying to find your next level, you know, playing, getting scholarships and college. It's incredible stuff through esports. Wilson, your final thoughts on the tournament, man, and your final thoughts on the grand finals.
Yeah, I knew I was in store for some great matches when I signed up for this, but they surpassed my expectations. I mean, the talent level is absolutely unreal. And like you said, I'm sure many colleges would love to have a lot of these players here. At least from what I've seen, they definitely have that talent to take it to the collegiate level. And it'll make the collegiate scene way more interesting. So, and make my job all that much better as well when I'm casting over our matches here at Shenandoah for sure. So I'm excited to see that. Maybe I'll see some familiar faces either at Shenandoah or against Shenandoah, of course. So this was a great tournament, very well set up, and I'm so glad to be here.
Well, if you find yourself in Northern Virginia around that early May area from May, I believe, 9th and 10th, well, you're going to see both of us there, Zombie Xander and Wilson. And, I mean, what a great time we've had tonight. Over 100 colleges involved in trying to scout players and get involved here with this effort. And I had a great time casting with you tonight. Obviously, not to count out Kendo and Grant CFO.
Yeah,
what
they were
an
great.
amazing duo we had. The talent we have across the board, not only on the player side, but also the people we get to come through and cast our games. I mean, what a special pairing. I was busy running a lot of production. I only got to catch a little bit, but I can't wait to go back and watch that duo.
They were absolutely phenomenal. They bounced off each other well. It was a good thing to see.
I know. I feel like I need to start doing a little bit of this, like looking at. Yeah. You know, because
it's this way.
They're pretty good at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Good.
I agree. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us tonight. My name is Zombie Xander. That's Wilson. And this is the Stay Plugged In Network. Come back tomorrow. Come back Sunday. We've got more action coming to you. So make sure to stick around. This is the Stay Plugged In Network.
Yeah.
Get out of here. I got to go to sleep. Get out of here.